আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ করিল এইবার শেয়ারটু করুন এইবার শেয়ার করে চাও শুনি পাইছে না
হয় স্যার এবার শেয়ার কৰি দিয়ক স্যার শুনি আছো স্যার
আচ্ছা
শেয়াৰিং হৈছে স্যার এটো স্ক্রিন
হ্যাঁ স্ক্রিনটু ডাউন করে লো
হয় স্যার ডাউন
হয়েছে
হৈছে স্যার হৈছে
আচ্ছা
স্যার
এবার
এবাৰ আপ ডাউন কৰি চাওক স্যার
হ্যাঁ চেঞ্জটু হয়েছে
হৈছে স্যার চেঞ্জ হৈছে
চেঞ্জ হয়েছে না
হৈ আছে স্যার
ওকে ঠিক আছে কে প্রবলেম ওকে অলরাইট ঠিক আছে এতিয়া তাহলে এনেকে রাখি থৈ দিও নাকি পিছতে করিম
স্যার এনেকাও থৈ দিব পাৰে
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে
স্যার 10 o'clockত স্টার্ট কৰিম আৰু পাৰ্টিচিপেন্ট বিলাক জইন হৈ আছে স্যার এতিয়া হয় স্যার
নইস ওকে থ্যাংক ইউ
গুড মর্নিং আমাৰ ভিডিঅ'টো আহি আছে না
হরে কৃষ্ণ। হ্যালো। হ্যাঁ, এতিয়া 247। 53, হ্যাঁ 53, নাও 53, এইচ ইন্ডেক্স 53, I10 ইন্ডেক্স 201, and citation 9975, মানে দুদিন আগতে চাইছিলো। আৰু কিবা 12th, হ্যাঁ, and one is going on, আৰু 22 PhD কমপ্লিট হৈ গৈছে, 9 book, 20 chapters, inherited book। হ্যাঁ 20 chapters। হ'ব, থ্যাংক ইউ।
A very good morning to all. Respected Professor Niranjan Karak sir from Tezpur University. Respected all the participants from different institute, universities all over India. Participants present in the offline mode in the conference hall of CIPET CSTS-GUWAHATI. Warm welcome to all to this 4th day of this AICTE sponsored training program. Today we are very much fortunate to have Professor Niranjan Karak, one of the eminent scientists in the field of polymer science and technology. He has given his kind consent to present his research work as well as thought of in the same line with this training program today. Professor Karak will be giving a lecture on polymer and the probable remedies approaches for the waste plastic materials. Before I request Professor Karak sir for his presentation, I'd like to put forward before you the very brief introduction of Professor Karak sir. Professor Niranjan Karak, FRSC London. He did MSc, MTech and PhD from IIT Kharagpur. He is currently working as a dean, holding the position of dean and of research and development of Tezpur Central University, and a professor of polymer science and nanomaterials and chemical sciences department of Tezpur University. Formerly, he was the HOD of that department and former head of Sophisticated and Analytical Instrumentation Center, SAIC of Tezpur University. Professor Karak has also served as a postdoctoral fellow at the Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology and visiting professor of Professor J.W. Sou's Laboratory, Department of Textile Engineering, Konkuk University, South Korea, as well as a guest researcher at the Leibniz Institute of Polymer Research, Germany. He has approximately 25 years of academic experience and more than 1 year of industrial experience in this field. Professor Karak has published approximately 247 research papers, including review articles in the reputed national as well as international journals, and presented numerous invited talks in India as well as abroad based on his findings on his research work. He is also the author of 9 books, and he has wrote around 20 chapters of in book chapters. He has also written his research papers are well cited in various texts, references, books and journals, and thereby the H index is 53, I-10 index is 201, and citation is 9,975 in Google Scholars. Even Dr. Karak sir has 2 Indian patents and 3 more filed in his on his innovation works. He has executed more than 12 government-sponsored research projects, 5 consultancy projects in different industries, and he has guided till date 22 research scholars in earning their PhD degree, and 5 more students are pursuing PhD under his guidance. Even he has under his guidance postdoctoral fellows including MSc, MTech projects are also going on. Professor Karak has received a lot of awards, honors, recognitions, international as well as national recognitions. Among them, few are like his name was listed among the world scientists in AD Scientific Index, listed in world ranking among top 2% scientists from India by Stanford University scientists. His world ranking is 738 in the world and 11th in the India and top 0.91% in polymers in 2020-2021. He is also associated editor of Journal of Renewable Materials, editor, board member of international journals such as Journal of Nanotechnology in Diagnostics and Treatment, Advances in Nano Research, and International Journal, American Journal of Engineering and Applied Sciences, Journal of Composites and Biodegradable Polymers, etc. He was recognized as one of the top Indian author among 5 in SES Omega by SES 2019. He was a fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry by RSE UK in 2018. He was a regular member of American Chemical Society and recognized as the most highly prolific author of SES Sustainable Chemistry and Engineering, and even the top among the Asian countries and 4th out of the 5 in world. So other national awards are such as Visitors Award in Research category by the Honorable President of India in 2007. By PSMPF, Material Research Society of India Medal awarded in 2014, 3rd National Award for Technology Innovation in Petrochemical and Downstream Plastic Processing Industry by Government of India, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer, and many more. So with this short introduction, now I'd like to request Professor Niranjan Karak sir to kindly proceed for today's lecture. Now over to Professor Karak sir, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dekar. And in fact, he is one of my favorite students also. Now, I'd like to express my warm good morning and welcome to this important short-term training program on waste plastic management and wealth generation from it, which is a burning topic across the globe. So it is rightly chosen. And I also thanks to the organizer for inviting me to share some of my thoughts in this endeavor. And I congratulate all the participants because this is an important issue, global issue, which one has to know, and also it is necessary to understand the background of these issues and how to get a remedial approach out of this problem. So with this, I would like to talk on polymer, basic of polymer, because background is necessary to know why this waste is happening. And then I shall try to say what are the present remedial approach used for waste plastic management. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay.
Sir, I think you can switch off the video mode, sir.
You can?
Video mode. You can switch off the video mode, sir. Video. You can just click the stop video button.
But
because sometimes the internet is like connectivity wise, some problem was there, sir.
Stop video.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is okay, sir.
Okay. So I shall start from the very basic, that is materials, because material is the backbone of any society, and development or advancement of society depends on the advancement of materials. Now, if you see this realization of the importance of material was from the ancient time. That's why we are able to see the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, and now it is the age of polymer. The society is developing step by step with the development of the polymer and development of materials. And this development is very, very important, because sophistication, updated of the product, all these are depends on the development of material. And if you see, out of all this material, this nowadays, whatever the modern materials are used, they are combination of metal, ceramics, and polymer, or they are combinations. But recently, over the last 2 decades or so, if you see that most of the applications, this youngest member polymer are used in place of metals and ceramics. So question is, what is polymer and how these are coming into the top position? Polymer, actually it started its journey from the day when life has started in this universe through the fantastic combination of elements like carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, etc. However, the term polymer was coined 1833 by Berzelius, and also the concept of polymer was recognized or realized after the realization of the concept of macromolecules by Schrödinger, for which he was awarded Nobel Prize in 1953. Now, before that, the polymer was thought that these are the associated molecules like fine chemicals. And that's why development was not that much, without knowing whatever the characterization synthesis was done. But a real journey has started after 1920s only. And now we know that polymers are the macromolecule, giant molecule. They are linked by covalent bond through small repeating unit. And also this was proven by Caruthers from the DuPont that polymer can be synthesized from this repeating unit monomer. Another breakthrough discovery is the stereospecific catalyst, which was done by Natta and Ziegler from Germany and Italy. And they also awarded Nobel Prize in 1963, and because of which nowadays we are getting stereospecific polymer like isotactic polymer, syntactic polymer, and which are very specific in their applications. And since then, a large number of polymer have been developed, and this polymer, as I told you, they are macromolecule, giant molecule, and they are formed by large number. This number is so huge that addition or subtraction of such unit, a small unit, small number of unit will not affect the ultimate property of polymer. And most important parameter for property of polymer, one has to remember that their molecular weight and the structure. These are the two switching bottom to play around the property. And molecular weight can be easily understood from the structure, where the number of repeating unit are related with the degree of polymerization, and mass of repeating unit, if you multiply, then you will get the molecular weight. However, in most of the cases, this is average molecular weight, and hence average property you will get. Another important factor is structure, which is little complex, and you have to consider both physical and chemical structure. Now, if you see, the structure can be easily derived if you know the tactics. Strategy is that their addition or condensation polymer, and addition polymer I have exemplified here, that if you take vinyl monomer of CH2 double bond CHX, which will polymerize to get CH2 single bond CHX, and just by changing the X, you can get different polymer and their different structure, and hence the property. So if X is H, then polyethylene, CH3 polypropylene, Cl polyvinyl chloride, phenyl polystyrene. This way you can go on do or synthesize or study the polymers one after another by varying their structure. Similarly, vinylidene monomer, where CH2 double bond CXY, and X and Y, if you change, you will able to see a number of polymer can be generated or developed, which having different structure and hence property. Thus, their wide applications are resulted. Now, this polymer, why it's occupying this prestigious position of top position? This phenomenal growth of the polymer is due to their versatility in structure and property, and hence their applications. this performance of the polymer also have some novelty, and hence they are able to replace the metals and ceramics in many ways. This significance of this polymer, if you see, they are versatile with respect to their feedstock. A polymer can be synthesized from different feedstock like petroleum oil, natural gas, forest product, even agriculture product. And their structure can be manipulated, modified, both physically and chemically. And as a result, a set of structure can be generated, and hence you will get versatility with respect to its property. Their production is very high because this processing is easy, low energy consumption, and also their density is low. So they are lightweight, and that lightweight resulted sophistication, and also cost will reduce because cost is expressed by per unit volume. And because of this low cost, they are used in day in and day out. From the bed and to the bed, if you see, always we are using this polymer. And hence, in daily routine, you will see that a large number of polymer we are using in our different applications. Even in our time of suffering, when we have some disease or suffering from the health issue, or we want to make ourselves beautiful, polymer is your best friend. So polymer is used as artificial organ. It can use as the coating of the drug delivery system, even in plastic surgery. In automobile today, where there are large number of variations, sophistications are coming into the market, and this is due to the polymer. Polymeric material can be used in most of the part of the automobile sector, and as a result, your sophistication, attraction, color, you are able to see. Even in space application, where we are in a very recognized position in the world, and this space cap, if you know that space cap, the outer layer of the space cap is made up of a special type of polymer, polyimide. And this polyimide, high temperature, high performance polymer, as you know that when this spacecraft will travel from one planet to another planet, there's a huge change in condition, temperature, pressure, and any material, whatever you will use, that will unable to withstand that changes. And here is the polymer polyimide, which sacrifices itself and just protect the space cap so that it can travel from one planet to another planet. Even that space suit are made up of this polymer. Thus, a large number of applications from daily life to very special application, biomedical space applications, we are using this polymer. But some of these applications are causing environmental havoc. Just to mention, the polypack, polyfilm, polysheet, polybottle, polycontainer, these are use and throw item. And because of our unawareness and negligence, we are throwing this material here and there, and that's why today's this plastic waste management issues are coming in a great way. This visible product not only causing garbage problem, but also it causes the threat to the life, to the both the aquatic as well as terrestrial animal. Toxicity and leach out product, the whatever the additives are added, that are also causing health problem. This resulted alarming situation, and government or the NGO, they forced to ask to ban this plastic. But if you ban this, then the economy of the country will be suffer. And not only that, there are some applications which are not possible to replace by any other category of material. Further, it is to know that pure polymer are not toxic at all. They are inert or even biocompatible. But the additives what are added, that may be toxic and that cause health issue problem. And also, if you see the background of polymer development, where you will able to see that this polymer actually came in a meaningful manner after the ceramics and metal. Ceramics are brittle, difficult to fabricate. So people want that there should have a long-lasting, durable material, which can be easily processed, which can be easily given shape. At the same time, metals are corrosive. So people want that material should not be corrosive, should not rot, should not degrade, and that's why polymer was invented in a meaningful manner. And most of the polymer are of that kind. Now, because of this non-degradability, high durability, this waste disposal problem are coming into the picture. However, again, we have to work for this and to solve the issue. And fortunately, some of the work has already been started and some commercial products are coming into the market. However, we have to remember that our bad habits of throwing the polymeric article as it is low cost, as it is easily available here and there should be stopped. If we do not do so, then this will be the result, which is not only alarming, but also dangerous to the existence of the society, particularly for the terrestrial animal as well as aquatic animals. It is also necessary to know that in common sense, we use plastic as all polymer, which is not correct. As all plastics are polymer, but all polymer are not plastic. Polymers are maybe rubbers, elastomer, which have high elasticity. They have low strength, low intermolecular attraction, and they have low dimensional stability. So they need to reinforce and cross-link to get their dimensional stability. But then they will transform to thermoset, permanent change of chemical structure. And as a result, they cannot be recycled. So this kind of product like tire, tube, seat, cable, this cannot be recycled. That we have to understand. And they should be reclaimed, which is not out of this lecture. So I am not discussing that, but we should understand the issue. There are also another kind of class of polymer, that is fiber. These fiber are having high strength, highly symmetric crystalline. They have high dimension stability. They can be drawn into fiber, yarn, and they can generate textile, cloth, roof, all this product. And these can be recycled provided they are having good or the softening point or the melting point within the range so that they will not degrade. That consideration has to be taken care. So this kind of polymer like nylon, Kevlar, PET, we can recycle. The plastic on which this training program is formulated, these are actually a separate class of polymers. These are actually, this plastic term was derived from the Greek word plastikos. And it is a technical term. It is not exactly the classification of polymer. Actually, plastic is coming from the plasticity. Plasticity means easy to flow. The flowability characteristic of material is measured by plasticity. As plastic are easily flow by heating and they can be changed to solid and dimension stable by cooling, so the name plastics came. So plastics are easily flowable material and they can be used as a very thin film with sufficient strength. They are intermediate between the rubber and the fiber because they have dimensional stability, they have strength, but it is much lower than fiber and higher than rubber. And these are the class of polymer that causes major waste disposal problem. And that's why your training program is on plastic waste management system. So this plastic waste management in India, it came first in 11, even though 2000 there was solid waste disposal rules was there. And this plastic waste management and handling rule, which was given in 2011 by the Ministry of Environment and Forest, the Government of India, they tried to minimize this waste, plastic waste, by picking the waste, segregating, recycling, and then used for the product which can be used again. And also they have adopted that a polluter who are causing this pollution, they must pay for it. However, this was not worked very well. And as a result, in 2015, they have published a normal an invitation of, in the gazetted form, that what are the problem you are raising and what is your suggestion to solve this problem. And they have received all this suggestion and objection. Based on that, sorry, they have amended this plastic waste management rule in 2018, where they have realized that it is not only the polluter who are use it, but all has to come into the picture, that every waste generator, local body, gram panchayat, urban bodies, manufacturer, importer, producer, all are responsible, and they have to work on it so that it can be minimized. So this waste plastic problem or issue can be solved through different local body if we all be aware and take necessary action. However, they have given some relaxation, that in the special economic zone, this rule will not be applicable. Though they again says that product like a gutka, pan masala, this type of system, this will be applicable. So a differentiation was made. And however, this resulted that this product, which like carry bag, plastic frame, even the multi-layer packaging system, plastic sheet, this should all be recycled. And they have commented that this should be natural shade. There should not be any color. And if color is there, that colorant or pigment should be compatible. Should have foodstuff, pharmaceutical, drinking water, all this. And if you use any recycled product, that should not be used for storing, carrying, packaging, particularly to eat or drinking foodstuff. And also they have given that thickness of the flame or the polybag must be greater than 50 micron, because of their lightweight. They are floating here and there, and they are going to the aquatic system and causing problem. However, still it was found that these issues of plastic waste is not minimized drastically, even though it started work, but still problem was there. So this plastic waste management, they thought of not only recycling, but also if the product which are not recyclable, they can be used for road construction. Of course, the toxicity effect, pollution to the air has to be considered, or they can also be converted to decompose to different oil, that means low molecular weight byproduct by partial combustion, and they resulted energy saving and wealth generation. Whatever not recyclable, like thermosetting material or some of the thermoplastic material, they should be disposed according to the solid waste management rule given by 2000, year of 2000s. And also they have specified the responsibility of different bodies. The local bodies, wherever this plastic waste is generated, they must have some infrastructure for segregation, collection, storage, transportation, processing, and disposal of these plastics. So these local bodies are responsible for setting up and operationalize, and also to ensure the segregation, collection, storage, transportation, there should not be any littering burning, because burning, when you will do, that causes high generation of toxic gases. So pollution result, and Central Pollution Control Board are not able to accept it. So they must not only channelize for the recycling, but also ensure that there should not be burning of the plastic. And they must create the awareness among the mass, so that this throwing of plastic bag should not be there here and there. So this resulted better waste management, though it is not the full story. That was not also able to solve the issues. So the responsibility local bodies, responsibility to Gram Panchayat, similar way it was done, and the waste generator is also given some responsibility. They should minimize the generation of plastic waste, segregate the plastic waste, as well as this also see that it should not be burned, and they help the local body, Gram Panchayat, urban body, to see that their generated plastic waste are properly handled. And the producer, importer, brand owner also given some responsibility, that this not only see this thing, but also see the waste management of plastic, but also they should, that importer and the producer, brand owner should also take part in the process of waste management of plastic. This waste management plastic further amended in 2021 to see, because that way it is not possible to recycle or waste management, do the waste management all plastic or polymeric product, because the major issue is generated by the single-use plastic item. So in 2021, this plastic waste management amendment rule said that this should be prohibit the identifying single-use plastic item, and this should be stopped littering as well as use by the year 2022. So new again draft is coming in 2002, but this resulted the identification of single-use plastic, as well as they have changed the thickness of the plastic. So single-use plastic, community plastic, that should be minimized, and it should not be burned, and especially these single-use plastic items like plastic plate, plastic sticker, candle stick, ice cream stick, plate, cup, all these items should be stopped, should be burned by 1st July 2022. And also this, they have amended that where this will be used, this should be 75 micron instead of 50 micron by 30th September 2001, which is over. And after 31st December 2021, it should be 122 micron, so that it will not float by air blowing easily. They also amended the labeling and marketing of this plastic product, that all the owner, brand, producer, whoever will marketed this plastic item, they should given their name, registration number, as well as thickness on the items. And this item, which is after their useful service life, they should confirm that it should go to the plastic waste processing, that means recycling, and they given thrust on reuse, recycling, and transferring it to a new downgraded product, or co-processing, that means with the virgin polymer, this should be processed to get the new product. And again, as I told you, that this plastic waste amendment rule 2022 is also coming, which is already drafted, and it's coming soon, it will be gazetted. Now, based on this, the latest one, that plastic items should be recycled, reused, and transformed to a new product or co-process. Thus, this plastic item, after their useful life, of the first use, they should be undergoes this 4R protocol. They should follow this 4R protocol. What are these 4R protocol? 4R protocol says that reduce the amount of traces to be discarded. How you can do it? So that means the user and also the producer will see that the use of minimum number or amount, what is required, that should be used. If I need a 1 pair of shoe, I should not use 5 pair of shoes. For the second R, that means repair, if there is any damage or broken of some of the item which can be repaired, they must be repaired, and then they should be reused as many times as possible. When it is not possible to reuse or repair after repairing, then only it should be sent for recycling through channelization. And if you see, I have shown that even a recycled plastic made shoes are so beautiful. This is the product from Adidas, and this product looks as if it is original, the virgin polymer made shoes. So it is not that if you use recycled product, your product grade will be reduced. But if it is reduced, then that should be used for downgraded product like bean, mat, this kind of product, and it should be reused. So as much as possible, this need to minimize the use and use it again and again, recycle it, use downgraded product, so that minimize the plastic waste which need to be taken care by the civilized society. And for this, to make it easy, because segregation and identification is the major issue in plastic recycling. And for this, internationally, the resin the number, that recycling number, identification number, RIC, resin identification number, is allotted for different types of plastic product and made up by specific polymer or a group of polymers. This recycling number 1 is indicated polyethylene terephthalate made product, where the product are gas material, capacitor, bottle, cassette, packaging, all these items. If you see there, it is number in the product as 1, so that it becomes easier for recycling, because processing condition is known to this polyethylene terephthalate, and hence it can be used. Similarly, high density polyethylene, which are used for the storage tank, particularly a water tank, lead, pipe, etc., they are numbered as 2. So also the other things. This polyphenol chloride is numbered as 3, which is the major product which are not only causes solid waste disposal problem, but also this causes pollution to the toxic release of the DOP as well as HCl. And that's why there must be taken care, and the product, like all the pipes, flexible, semi-flexible, rigid, all the product, as PVC is a versatile material and you can get all kind of product, and all this product should be recycled carefully. So this is number 3. And low density polyethylene, where we use for packaging as well as some milk bottle, detergent bottle, electrical insulator, are numbered as 4. Number 5 is polypropylene, where we use as a isotactic polypropylene is a fiber for making mosquito net, fishing net, all these things. Along with that, it is used in automobile part, toileters, wrapper, and this is 5. So this is a way, if you identify your product, label your product before marketing, then it is become easier for segregation and identification, so that it can be recycled by standard established process. So the step-by-step process for plastic recycling is required, not only collection of the waste plastic after their useful service life, but also you need to store them and categorize them. Then washing is necessary, and then resizing or shredding, and according to their identification, they should be separated and processed, compounded to get the articles out of it. However, this still not able to give the very much excellent satisfactory result, and hence plastic waste is a burning issue. So along with this, in another approach, if we go, that is compostable plastic generation. If we made our product out of compostable plastic, that means the plastic which can undergo degradation, environmental degradation by the environmental condition using biological process after their useful service life to generate carbon dioxide, water, biomass, inorganic component under the condition and the rate same as other compostable, then there will be no issue like plastic waste management. And in this line, I will show you some of the work so that you can understand that alternative approach can be used. So this petroplastic has the problem of feedstock because there is a depletion of fossil fuels, and you have seen that price how it is increasing, and if this type of wire is there, then price will be very, very high. Number two, this even after using this fossil fuel made plastic, they causes solid waste disposal problem, landfilling problem, risks to the aquatic and terrestrial animal, overall adverse environmental impact. And the cause of this is non-biodegradability or non-compostability of this plastic. So what are the alternative plastics? So alternative plastics should be such so that there will be low dependence or no dependence on fossil fuel as their raw materials. They should be environmental benign due to their biodegradability, and the approach should be sustainable approach. The raw materials should be easily available, handle, and transport. High carbon credit should be achieved through this approach. High carbon credit means because already environment is polluted. Now you are able to see that all the cities, particularly say Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, their pollution is alarming level. And hence you need to refresh the environment. And for this, what you have to do, you have to mitigate the greenhouse gas. And if you can minimize 1 ton of carbon dioxide through your process, then you can credit 1 carbon. So 1 carbon credit means 1 ton reduction of carbon dioxide of any greenhouse gases. So that has to be taken care. Furthermore, it is important that this development should be follow the triple bottom line concept. What is that concept? Now, this concept is a balance, making a balance between the society, ecology, and economy of the country. So all three should be balanced, and then only it will be a sustainable development, and then only it will be a right alternative approach. Besides this, or in addition to this, we have to also remember the tenets of green chemistry, that we should not generate plastic or any other waste. Atom economy in our reaction should be maintained. It should be highly efficient so that energy consumption will be less. Byproduct formation should not be there, as well as we should use renewable feedstock. So keeping all this in mind, if you search for the alternative, you will able to see that some of the bio-based raw material may be the best alternative as the alternative to the petroleum resource, because they are renewable, they are available in larger quantity because they can be cultivated even, they are environmentally friendly, they are biodegradable, and mostly low cost as production is easy and seasonal production is possible. They can be modified by the existing knowledge of chemistry to the industrial polymer, and they can be easily handled. Most importantly, this approach will able to give you sustainable plastic. So the raw material which is coming from the renewable resource, natural resource, they can be modified properly to get your articles, and at the end of the day, this solid waste will be assimilated, degraded by the environment, to generate biomass along with the carbon dioxide, water, and some inorganic component, which are useful for the growth and conserve the soil, growth of the plant and conserve the soil. And as a result, there will be no full stop and the process will be continued forever. Because you have to remember that sustainable development means the not only to fulfill the requirement or demand of the present generation, but also you have to remember that there should not be any compromise for the needs of the future generation. And this is only possible through such type of approach. Another important features of the polymer to get the better performance is the architecture, structure. Structural view is very, very important. As I told you at the very beginning that there are two switching bottom to play around the property of polymer, that is structure and the molecular weight. So structure like architecture, chemical structure, their arrangement, these are very, very important. And hence, if you are able to make a special structure, say of dendritic or highly branched star, brush type of polymer in place of conventional linear polymer, then you will get the added advantage of easier processing and better performance. Thus, bio-based hyperbranch plastic, if you can generate, which are similar, or this is just a mimicking of bio nature, where nature produces many beautiful things which are three-dimensional and regular architecture, say branches of tree, wings to wings of the butterfly, even the enzyme, the macromolecules, biomolecules, which are very specific, regular, and effective in their function. So if you can mimic that, then your materials or the product will able to fulfill or give the all the functions what you are looking for. Thus, these bio-based hyperbranch plastic, they are three-dimensional globular structure. They are highly branched, so large number of surface functionality. Their melt and solution viscosity is low. They are highly soluble, better than linear conventional system, and they also very good bio interphasic interaction. And hence, this disposable plastic can also be obtained out of this material. And if you see that by using the common strategy that bio-based raw material like vegetable oil, starch, tannic acid, citric acid, sorbitol, etc., or their immediate derivative, by proper reaction, you can make different industrial polymer or plastics. And if you are able to do it by waterborne system instead of using organic solvent, because organic solvent always generate VOC, volatile organic content, polluted to the environment. They are flammable, they are toxic, and hence it is always better to switch over from the solvent borne to the waterborne system, so that the VOC will not generate, toxicity will not come, flammability will not come, cleaning will easy, and also if this is bio-based hyperbranch polymer, then they are biodegradable. However, as you know that virginity is not virtue in case of polymer, because the virgin polymer having low mechanical property, they are non-biodegradable, and they are also having low thermostability and high flammability. So even though by using bio-based raw material and other approach that I will discuss, you are able to get the biodegradability, but performance wise still it is not up to the mark. Now I will try to elaborate how do you get this biodegradability or disposability of polymer or plastics. The biological response of the polymer is very, very important. And what is that? Now, under the different biological conditions like the microorganism, higher animal, how it is exposed, interacting with the polymeric material, plastic, that is related with their biological behavior. And even some synthetic polymer, because of this, if it is acceptable to the biosystem, then they are biodegradable. You can see the polybutylene adipate, polyglycolic acid, polylactic acid, polyhydroxyalconate, aliphatic polyester. These are biodegradable, even though they are obtained from petrochemicals or petroleum based. That means there are something which will help you to get biodegradability or disposability of the plastic. As I have already narrated why these plastics or polymer are non-biodegradable, that I'm not repeating it again because of the requirement at that time. That's why this non-biodegradable durable plastics or polymer was discovered and used. Now, how do you get this? What are the approaches to get biodegradable polymer? There are 4 approaches if you see. One thing you can do, you can take the biopolymer, natural polymer, which are obtained from the nature, like natural rubber, polyhydroxyalconate, cellulose, polyamide, peptide. This if you use, they are obtained from the nature and they having that biodegradable linkages and they are biodegradable. But this number is very less and also their performance is not up to the level. The second approach, if we use some of the monomer or the reactant which can generate some chemical linkages which are hydrolyzable or biodegradable by the exposure of environmental condition, then also this is, as I told you, that aliphatic polyester, polyamide, polycaprolactam, this type of polymer are biodegradable. Third approach, use bio-based raw material, transform them into polymer, keeping the impression of bio origin. That means some linkages should be remain intact in your polymer which is obtained from the nature. That means they have biodegradable linkages. Then also it is possible to obtain biodegradable polymers, say vegetable oil or bio derived polymer, cashew nut seed oil polymer. These are the example. However, you can make partially biodegradability from the non-biodegradable polymer by using some biodegradable polymer as obtained by these above 3 approaches. And then you will able to achieve some partial biodegradability and this will be assimilated into the environmental system and hence that solid waste disposal problem will not be generated. Now, how this biodegradability is happening? If you see the mechanism of biodegradation, this degradation, you know that degradation can be mechanical degradation, thermal degradation, photodegradation, chemical degradation, but this needs some external stimulus or exposure. In the open environmental condition, that means environmental degradation is related with the biodegradation. When this polymeric product are exposed to the environment, then through the moisture or water, they are accessed by the microorganism, different microorganism. And these microorganisms are unable to attack the polymer directly. They must be fragmented first to low molecular weight product because these are very, very high molecular weight and hence they are unable to access. So they must be hydrolyzed either directly through the linkage available or through oxidation followed by hydrolysis, and then the microorganism excrete the extracellular enzyme, some enzyme which will further degrade the polymer to access by the microorganism. So first step is the fragmentation by environmental fragmentation through chemical or mechanical process or additionally the bio process by enzyme. Then this fragmented product will be assimilated by the biological process inside the microbes and they will be mineralized to generate. That means they will take this oligomeric product, this degraded product as their food to take as carbon source and mineralize to carbon dioxide, water, biomass, which are not able to further degrade and thereby biodegradation occur. Now, if you see this enzyme or microorganism is acting on the surface of the polymeric article. So when there is a biodegradation, the impression will be surface erosion. and that can be also tested by different instrumental analysis. And this surface erosion or surface corrosion resulted from the microbes. Slowly it will go into the depth, and ultimately it causes degradation. So if you see, this is the combination of mechanical, chemical, biological approach or biological process step, and as a result you can say this is environmental degradation. This may happen aerobic condition, or it may also happen anaerobic condition. If it is anaerobic condition, then it will also generate some methane gas. Thus, for the biodegradation of a polymer, you need the polymer which have linkages which are hydrolyzed or which will be hydrolyzed by enzymatic hydrolysis process. And for this, they must be hydrophilic, because microbes will come through moisture. Hydrophobic surface if it is, then they are unable to attack. So it must be hydrophilic. If it is hydrophobic, then oxidation must be there, and when it's become hydrophilic, then only attack will be there. And also there may have some specific bacteria or a consortium of bacteria or microorganism in the environment for degradation of the polymer. So first requirement, linkage; second requirement, hydrophilicity; third requirement, there should have some sufficient number or type of microorganism, and all these are part of this. If it is there, then only environmental degradation will be there for your product. Now, how do I test that whether these are biodegradable or not? For this, in general, there are three types of tests are used: field test, simulation test, and laboratory test. Field test, that means which you have to do under open environmental condition in the soil, lake, river, composite system, and this is more realistic. However, there are some problem, because condition, whatever the condition, today's condition, tomorrow's condition will be different. After 1 year, it will be different. So controlling of condition is not possible. Thus, the condition after on which you have tested and said biodegradable, under other condition it may not happen. So laboratory test is better to do. So simulation test using the environmental soil, seawater, compost under laboratory condition, where you can control the parameter like pH, humidity, temperature, there you can do test. It is also possible to do laboratory test by using well-defined microorganism. A man-made suitable media you can prepare, where you can inoculate the microorganism and do the biodegradation study to see under control condition, this under accelerated condition, how biodegradation is happening. So in practice, we generally used to do biodegradation test by two methods: soil burial test and microbial wort culture biodegradation test, where the sample is degraded under the soil compost condition under simulation test, and that means under control parameters, and the weight loss or change of property are measured. On the other hand, microbial wort culture technique biodegradation, where a cultural medium, the microbes are inoculated, and where your biodegradable material, that means plastic, has to be inserted or exposed for required time, 2 months or 3 months, while a soil burial test minimum 6 months to 1 year you have to do, and then change of physical property, mechanical property, weight loss, all these things you have to measure. And particularly in this process, as this is surface erosion, so scanning electron microscopic analysis after biodegradation is very much helpful. Just to see, here we have given some test result that if you do this biodegradation under wort culture technique, and then you will be able to see that bacterial count, that bacterial growth are increasing with exposure type. And if you see the two things, where one is linear structure, another is hyperbench structure, hyperbench having higher biodegradation than the linear one because of this structural geometry. And if you test the surface erosion property by scanning electron microscopy, then you are able to see clearly that the surface erosion in case of hyperbaric structure is much better than the linear structure. This is also possible if you make a blend of the two polymers, and where one is non-biodegradable, another is biodegradable. Then also up to a certain level of biodegradable polymer can degrade the system. That means the biodegradable polymer is degrading and it's making the porous structure, and by which it will become brittle and perforated, and hence it will be assimilated in the environmental system. This way we have seen that even PVC blended with some epoxidized, that means biodegradable polymer, and up to 25% of PVC can be assimilated in the environmental system. So this will act as a plasticizer, so there is no need of again adding any synthetic plasticizer as well as it will help to get biodegradation, and that surface erosion you can easily see from the SEM structure. This also we have tested soil burial test, and then you can see the weight loss under the exposure time. With increasing exposure time up to 6 months, their weight loss in different soils are different, but it is up to 15% weight loss. You can see where there is sufficient amount of biodegradable component is there. This is further can be improved by using some special additives which are biodegradable, which are friendly to the microorganism like clay, and there you can see the biodegradation is much higher. The growth of the bacteria is very high. However, this, even though it will able to address the biodegradability, but this approach is unable to address the other problem like mechanical property, thermostability, flame retardancy. So conventional system, to address this problem, we use field system or composite system, and you can address these issues, but thereby you will lose your biodegradability, you will lose your lightweight characteristic, even transparency, and as huge amount of such reinforcing agent you have to use 30 to 70% processing difficulty you will face. Thus, recently over that last 2 decades or 3 decades, this nanocomposite is coming into the picture, where nanostructural material of very low amount, 0.1 to maximum 5% you can incorporate into your polymeric system, so that there will be some nanostructural material present in the resultant system, either 1 dimension, 2 dimension, or all 3 dimension is in nano dimension, and then you are able to make a system, nanocomposite system, which has great significance. They will retain their lightweight characteristic, they will give you better biodegradability, they will address the mechanical property, chemical property, thermal property, as well as retain the transparency. Thus, if you can use some of the suitable nanomaterial, as I have shown, from the metal to inorganic material to organic material like cellulosic nanofiber, carbon material like graphene, reduced graphene oxide, carbon dot, reduced carbon dot, this kind of nanomaterial, if you are able to incorporate, and this can be incorporated by 2 approach, either you can generate it or incorporate it in the preform polymer by melt mixing technique, by standard well-established industrial process, or solution casting process in that dispersed nanomaterial, and you are able to make the nanocomposite film, which will give you all the probe out of this problem. This also be possible to get in situ generation. That means the dispersed nanomaterial inside the monomer or P-polymer, you can polymerize the polymer, and you will able to get nanocomposite which having high performance. Just you can see, this is one example I have shown, that if you can incorporate this nanomaterial, right, reduced graphene oxide or functionalized reduced graphene oxide, then just by using 2-8% of the functionalized reduced graphene oxide, you can improve the performance from 7 megapixel strength to 37. So almost 5 times, more than 5 times. Elongation, you can improve. Toughness, you can improve. Scratch, impact, all these are possible to improve. That mechanical property, thermal property, along with the biodegradation, you can improve by incorporation of this material. So you have to get bio-based special architectural polymer, and then you have to make nanostructural material to get your polymer material which are not only used or can not only be used for the community applications, but also it will give you high performance material. Thus, this bio-based polymeric nanostructural material have a wide range of applications. Because of this bio-based raw material or origin, they are eco-friendly, they are obtained from renewable resource, low cost, they are this special architecture, hyperbind structure will give you structural benefit. There is no or low toxicity, wide applicability, and biodegradability. And as this polymer, this specially architectural polymer can also be produced by single step process, as well as their structure is helpful for better interaction, better compatibility, and higher solubility, low solution and melt viscosity, high reactivity, all these advantage you will get. In addition to that, this biodegradable hyperbind bio-based raw material, if you incorporate this nanomaterial, then their performance will improve to a significant extent, and hence their application rate, spectrum of application will be very, very high. Just on a 2 example I will cite, then you will understand that through this approach, you can not only fulfill the common application, but also some special application, advanced application without generating solid waste disposal issues can be addressed. Say, for example, a rapeseed protein, functionalized multi-wall carbon nanotube, and sunflower oil-based hyperbind polyurethane nanocomposite is used as a rapid tibial bone healing scaffold. We know that the bone rupture or fracture, particular at the aged person, is irreparable. And this is a common problem. It is happening almost all of us, either small fracture or high fracture. If it is more fracture is really serious, then there will be no alternative other than regeneration or replacement. Now, replacement when you do by using generally ceramics or metallic system, host always feel uncomfort. There are secondary infection issues. So instead of doing that, if you can use scaffold material which are biocompatible, biodegradable, then they will generate this new generation of the bone and repair the damaged bone, and thereby you can again get the same thing without any side effect, without any secondary infection. So this multi-wall carbon nanotube is here chosen because it has the similarity with extracellular matrix, collagen network formation. And also this is functionalized because multi-wall carbon nanotube as such is toxic. So this is not acceptable by the host. But if you functionalize with the peptide, and here it is rapeseed protein is used, which is low cost, and the sequence of the protein is useful for bone generation. So that was not only improve the compatibility of the multi-wall, but also it will give you better compatibility with the polymer matrix. And as a result, when you use this scaffold material, you can see that in a oyster rat, there are two kinds of fracture. One is single side and another is both side. This is deliberately done, and radiographic analysis clearly shows that within 60 days, this single both side is repaired, and within 90 days, this single side is also repaired. Whereas if you do not use this, then after 90 days also there is no repairing and damage will remain as it is. Hence, this scaffold material are very useful for using as a bone repairing or bone healing material. However, this kind of system require surgery, and surgery is always painful to the host. So without doing surgery, if this bio-based material or nanostructural material can be injected in the area where bone should be repaired, then it will be much easier to accept. And hence you have seen that a waterborne tannic acid base hyperbench polyurethane with peptide functionalized carbon dot is obtained from the carbohydrate, which is also again renewable resource. And this peptide functionalized carbon dot and this waterborne polyurethane system, this can be used as an injectable bone tissue engineering material, scaffold material. So if you inject this, then within 3 weeks to 4 weeks, you are able to see that new formation, new generation. So calcium deposition, new cell formation, and ultimately osteoblasts and osteocytes will generate mineralized area, and as a result, bone will be repaired. And thus, this is not only give you a material which is biodegradable, biocompatible, but also very useful biomaterial. Other one, two applications where this bio-based nanostructural material can be used as a self-expandable stent. We know that with age, we have a blockage in the heart, in the digestive system, and that need to be expanded or replaced by stent. Polymeric stent are commonly used, but problem of general polymeric stent, which are expandable, self-expandable, they generate biofilm. Inside the body, biofilm will generate, and that block again that tubing system, and hence it has to be replaced. So if you can make the antimicrobial stent, self-expandable stent, then it will be a very good alternative to this common conventional stent system. Now here if you see this again carbon dot and silver nanohybrid base, this starch modified hyperbench polyurethane system which has self-expandability. If you see that this is the program tube which in the body temperature 37 degrees centigrade is expanded itself to its original form, and as it is on almost 100% self-expandability is there, and also the pathogenic bacteria which causes biofilm formation, they are, you can see that antimicrobial activity against this set of bacteria, both E. coli and aureus bacteria, which are pathogenic bacteria. But they are also compatible, blood compatible, so they will not create any host inflammation, but they will prevent the biofilm formation, and in the body temperature self-expandability will be achieved, and hence it will be a very good self-expandable antimicrobial stent. Similarly, we know that in surgery you have to use surgical thread, and during the time of surgery, as it is very much important that you have to do surgery, complete the surgery very within a limited time, and hence whatever the expertise doctor has, there will be either loose tightening of the knot or too much tightening of the knot, and both of which causes delaying of the healing of the suture, and this causes a problem to the host patient. So if you can use a self-tightening biodegradable smart switcher, then it will not only tighten what is required by the body temperature, but also these are as biodegradable. So it is not necessary to do second surgery for removal of your thread. So this will be dissolved or bioresolve in the biosystem during the healing process itself. And hence it is very much useful for this kind of smart suturing system. Even in agriculture system, this biodegradable bio-based material can be used for different agricultural purposes, because we are agricultural country, and arid or semi-arid region for the irrigation, you can use super absorbent. That I will show you that we have developed some super absorbent where it has high absorption capacity along with control releasing profile. This nursing bag, this if are biodegradable after the germination or plantation, this will be assimilated in the environment. The greenhouse gas or greenhouse set or this spray machine, all are, if you are able to make biodegradable polymeric system, then there will be no second generation or secondary generation of pollutant or solid waste disposal issues. So all these agricultural product, whether it is greenhouse, whether it is mulching, whether it is anti-healing netting or packaging, if you use this biodegradable material which are obtained from bio-based system through nanostructural modification, then you are able to address this solid waste disposal issue as an alternative approach. As I told you, that bio-based or natural polymer can be modified to get super absorbent material, because in agriculture, arid or semi-arid region like Rajasthan, Haryana, where the rainfall is very, very less. So there, for irrigation, water has to be held, and holding of water by the soil is not possible because that is sandy soil mostly. So this super absorbent, if you can use, which has the capability to absorb 300 to 1200 times of its own weight, then a single time irrigation is sufficient to get the crop yield. And this mechanism is shown where why it is absorbing so much water. You have seen that this little amount, which you cannot see, very little amount of the super absorbent solid powder, when you add water, it will absorb huge amount of water, and that can be released slowly depending upon the requirement of the plant growth. This also have the ability to have control release profile, and as a result, this is not only increase the water holding capacity of the soil, but also it will increase the porosity of the soil, decrease the bulk density, which are useful for the growth of the plant. And that's why if you see the plant germination, if you do not use any super absorbent, then this growth of the plant germination will not take place using the same amount of water, same soil. If you use super absorbent, then growth will be there, but slowly it may die. But if you use a super absorbent along with the control release profile containing urea, any fertilizer, pesticide, all these things, then not only it grow, but it will give you high yield of the crop. Thus, this type of system, that means bio-based system, can also address many issues, not only soil. And this, after the use, as these are biodegradable, so there will be no solid waste disposal problem, no need of taking out or lifting of this polymeric film from the soil. It will be assimilated, biomass will be generated, and that will also conserve the soil. So this control release is not only for the agriculture, even for the other product like control release perfume, control release drug, all are possible to obtain by using this kind of bio-based material. And all the smart, whatever I have told you, some of this 10, this the switching system, smart switching system. Along with this, you can also get smart cloth. Smart cloth, what is that? now, the same cloth can be used both in the winter and the summer season. Depending upon your body temperature or environmental temperature, it will loosen or tighten. So the smart cloth now it's coming into the even in the market. This bio-based material, nanostructural material also shows you self-healing material. Self-healing, that means if there is any damage, say just an example in your automobiles, these are coated by this bio-based nanostructural material. And there is a hits or crack generated during when you are traveling by somebody else. You have not done anything. And when it is there, then you have to go to the garage, then repainting or repairing, all these things required. But if this self-healing system you use, then by using the stimulant like sunlight, like heat, IR radiation, microwave radiation, depending upon what kind of material you are using, this will heal without any impression of damage. These are also can be used as a self-cleaning material, lotus effect. So just like lotus, they clean themselves even though they are in the water and the pond because of superhydrophobicity. So through superhydrophobicity or even photocatalytic degradation, they can degrade the contaminant which are coming into the surface of this article, and they will remain clean all the time. And that's why nowadays you have seen that auto cleaning pen in coming into the market. This one of the auto cleaning pen which is just going to market by Asian Paints is developed by our laboratory. However, for biomedical applications and bio-related applications, or even in the common applications, this kind of material, particularly nanostructural material, you need to do life cycle assessment test. And life cycle assessment test, which is a cradle to grave analysis consisting of 3 steps, where from the raw material after disposal, all the analysis has to be done, where the inventory analysis, the first step, which will identify and quantify the impact, the energy, water, material, emission, so the liquid, solid, gas, all of the material or associated with the material. Then you have to do the impact analysis. What are the effect, adverse impact to the health and the environment of these items, of this identified inventory data. And finally, you have to conclude or you have to suggest that improvement analysis so that the proper modification, proper design, proper use of material, you can minimize this adverse impact to the health and environment. And then only your product is sustainable and useful to the environment. So as a conclusion, I can say that non-biodegradability or non-disposability of plastics or polymer are the reason for threat to the environment, health, economy, and ecology, and which become being now alarming situation. The first alternative approach to combat this situation is 4R protocol that will reduce, repair, recycle, and reuse to the downgraded product as the possible alternative without generating any secondary pollutant. You can do also energy generation to different type of byproduct or road repairing, but you have to keep in mind that you should not create any environmental pollution, which is very difficult to do. So for this purpose, still there is a need for viable technology to process this thing, and hence it has to be properly designed. Alternative bio-based raw material using the sustainable approach you can do to waste management system. And bio-derived engineered nanostructural material has high demand not only for community application but also high value-added multidimensional material. So that means you will generate oil from this system. However, you have to remember the tenets of green chemistry and triple bottom line approach for the production of such alternative, sustainable alternative. In addition to that, I should give you a reminder that waste management is not only related with the plastic, it is also related to any kind of solid waste or even the other waste which causes pollution to the environment, causes problem to the health, like e-waste, hazardous waste material, hazardous waste, biomedical waste, construction, demolition waste, all these things. And above all, proper education and awareness of the mass is most important to address this burning threat to the society. However, I feel that without giving the or avoiding blame game system, instead of that, we should accept all this is not only responsibility of the polymer scientist or the polymer technologist or the industrialist, but it is the responsibility of all to address this burning issue and find out the proper solution of it. And I personally feel this is doable. And hence, you are able to address these issues. But this is my recognition and thank you for your kind patience. So if you have any question, please let me know.
Thank you very much, sir. The session is now open for interaction. If any participants wants to know anything from sir, the online participants, please raise your hand. And offline participants, please, you can ask your questions.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, I'm Shikesh Veswara. I'm a student from CIPET, Guwahati. Sir, first of all, I'd like to thank you for giving us such an informative session about polymer and waste management. Sir, I have a question, sir, based on your presentation. Sir, my question is how the mechanical property improves after nanocomposite formation?
Okay, this is a little complex for you. I do not know your background. If you have at least chemistry background or the engineering background, then it is easy to understand. Actually, these nanomaterials are rigid material. This is tough material. So they have high strength bearing capacity. However, polymer are very weak mechanically. But the interface between the polymer and the nanomaterial, which will generate through the formation or fabrication of polymer nanocomposites, this interface or bridging will help to transfer the stress from the mechanically weak polymer to the mechanically strong nanomaterial. And as a result, the stress will be dissipated throughout the matrix, and thereby it will able to withstand high mechanical stress. Just I'm giving one example, then it will be clear to you. Say glass and rubber sheet. Glass, if you use a stone or if I throw it, glass will break. Whereas rubber sheet, even if you hammer, it will not tear out. Why? Because in glass, whatever the pointed stress you are applying at a particular point, that will be accumulated in that point. And as a result, that will break because the pointed stress is much higher than the material what was present in that area. And as a result, breakage or damage will occur. Whereas using the same stress, when in polymer matrix, that means rubber matrix you are throwing or hammering, then immediately it will be dissipated throughout the matrix instead of concentrating the stress at a particular point. Okay, and as a result, this dissipated stress at a particular point is much lesser than the strength of the material, and hence it can withstand. So this is through the process of dissipation or localization, delocalization of stress, this is able to provide you high strength, mechanical strength. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one question actually.
Please.
Sir, when we select the matrix normally, suppose we select the polymer matrix for any kind of nanomaterials, when we fill it, sir, for biomedical applications, what things we have to take care of? What are the factors, sir?
Okay. For
When we
biomedical,
choose the matrix,
okay. For biomedical applications, first thing you have to check that it should not causes any inflammation. That means where you use the hose should not feel it as a foreign material. If it feels at a foreign material, then inflammation and toxicity effect will come. So what is necessary that the matrix must be biocompatible, it may be hemocompatible, it may be cytocompatible, but it must be compatible. So biocompatibility is the first requirement for using any material matrix for biomedical applications. That means host should not feel that it's a foreign material. No inflammation will be happen. So a host will take as its own material. So compatibility is the first issue. Then depending upon the applications, your mechanical property, chemical property, physiological property has to be considered.
yes, sir. Thank you, sir. If participants has any other things to know from sir, you can please ask, sir.
Yeah, I think many comments has also come from Dr. Pranjal Protim. Very nice, interesting, and informative presentation, sir. And Dr. Padma, thank you, Professor Karak, sir, for your valuable talk on plastic waste management. And many settings is coming from Sachin Kumar. Very nice presentation. He's writing nice comment presentation. Givishwar Sami is writing nice presentation, Professor. Sir, in general, like what?
Somebody would like to ask most probably.
What? Yeah, one. Yeah, you can ask your question.
Hello, sir. I'm from CIPET Guwahati CSTS.
Please.
Sir, in this my question, in there any water insoluble binder I can use the making of bioplastic?
I'm not getting that. Binder means what? The raw material, the where from you are getting the biopolymers or the biopolymer itself? What is your question exactly?
Sir, binder means polymer, rubber,
Polymer.
wood, leaves.
Okay, polymer. Polymer, if it is insoluble in water, then most of the polymer are insoluble in water. What is necessary? That polymer should be hydrophilic for biodegradability so that it can absorb moisture and through the moisture microbes can access. If it is hydrophobic, then first it has to be oxidized, okay, so that it will become hydrophilic, absorb some moisture through which microbes will come and then biodegradation will happen. But this biodegradation can be aerobic or anaerobic, both are possible, though aerobic is much more easier. So binder is not necessary that it has to be a water soluble.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Is it all right?
my next question. It is possible to take any plant extract to prepare monomer for biodegradable polymers?
Any plant.
Plants, sir, yes.
Plant means factory or this plant tree.
Trees.
Yes, yes, yes.
Trees, there are so many polymers the plants which can produce their seeds to get oil. Even from the cell you can leaves you can use. So different parts of the plant can be utilized to get different types of raw materials. But what is important that you have to see that raw material what is obtained from the plant or even animal, these are transformable to your desired product through known chemistry. That is important. Say, for example, vegetable oil. Why we use easily? Because it has the ester linkage. Ester linkage, we know that it can be hydrolyzed to get the acid and alcohol. It can undergo ester exchange reaction, transesterification reaction. Even it has some unsaturation which can be radical polymerized. So that means some functionality or the functionality which can be transformed to the corresponding product through knowledge of chemistry, that is only required. Otherwise, nothing else is required. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, so much.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Another question from Mr. Bhanupriya. The question is, sir, I'd like to know about biodegradability of hyperbunch plastics. Are all hyperbunch plastics easy for biodegradation?
No, this is not the hyperbunch only. As I told you in the requirement of biodegradation, that linkage is important. What kind of linkage, chemical linkages are there? If there is any linkage which is hydrolyzable through enzymatic or environmental chemical hydrolysis, then only it will be biodegradable. Only a hyperbunch structure is not sufficient. Just I am giving one example, polyethylene. Nowadays, ethylene can be obtained from agriculture or bio-based resource. But the bio-based polyethylene, that means bio-derived polyethylene, they are not biodegradable because they do not have any linkage which is hydrolyzed. Because polymer is so huge, microorganisms are unable to access directly until and unless it is fragmented. It is not possible by the microorganism to degrade it, to assimilate it. And hence, this only hyperbunch structure or only bio-based resource is not sufficient for biodegradation. Is it clear?
Yeah. Bhanupriya has given, thank you so much, sir, as a reply. Sir, another question coming from Mr. Majidul Islam. So his question is how to synthesize magnetic nanoparticles using biodegradable polymers?
Okay. Is magnetic nanoparticle, getting magnetic nanoparticle, you need element like iron, nickel, cobalt. They are derivatives. And for this, there are different techniques to get these magnetic nanoparticles. Here, the bio-based polymer or hyperbunch polymer can be used to stabilize that nanomaterial when it is formed that need to be stabilized. Otherwise, there will be aggregation or precipitation. That means bulk material will form. And hence, the polymer will act only as stabilizer. But the process of formation of magnetic nanoparticles, say for example, ferroferric oxide, I can obtain from the ferric chloride or mixture of ferric chloride and ferrous chloride at pH of 11 or 10 to 11.5 if I little bit warm it, heat it. So, but if you use only this, then the nanomaterial, whatever will form immediately, it will aggregate it and you will get a bulk precipitation. So that has to be stabilized, and this bio-based polymer or the hyperbunch polymer can help to stabilize it. Okay.
Very much, sir. Thank you very much for such an valuable.
Namaste, sir. I am Harsh Kumar.
Dear sir.
Okay,
Namaste,
please
sir.
be clear.
Smart. My one question is, how can we applicable graphene in our daily use life?
I am not getting. How can we?
Graphene, it can be used in our daily life.
Okay.
Sir,
Graphene.
hardest.
I understand. Graphene, use of graphene. Graphene is a very costly material. So in daily life, we should not use because it is very costly material. Okay, this is used for electronics applications. This is used for some other valuable application, costly applications. So daily applications, it is never used. Okay, and graphene without any functionalization is also not compatible. Okay, so it has to be functionalized, and that's why reduced graphene oxide is used or graphene oxide is used. Okay, please remember that. So graphene cannot be used for daily life.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Actually, due to the time constraint, I think some other questions
now-
are also coming up. But
I have also
due
to
to this
go to
time
office.
constraint, I think we have to conclude now. So I'd like to request Dr. Jutika Devi to propose a vote of thanks.
Sir, many more participants had many queries. First, sir, may I share your email address with them, sir?
You can, but only problem that all the time if question will come, then it's extremely difficult. But what I suggest that as Dr. Deka is there, he can answer most of the question. And in case any question is not properly answered, then you Dr. Deka can ask me. I can explain him instead of directly
Yes.
question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, I, on behalf of CIPET CSTS Guwahati, like to acknowledge and our sincere thanks for delivering such an valuable and informative session on polymer and the probable remedial approaches for waste management. As because along with all the participants, we able to know about the material important in environment or society, then details about the polymers, different properties like mechanical properties and applications related to biomedicals, then challenges of polymers, then about the plastic waste management rules also, responsibility of all of us, then about the producers and plastic waste amendment rules for recycling numbers, then about the green chemistry. And we are very much thankful to you, sir, for sharing all the highly researched results related to the bio-based polymers and for sustainable development. And all the participants got benefited from the methods of preparation of bio-based polymers, then biological behaviors of polymers, and all about the state of the results related to the mechanism of biodegradation, testing methods, and application of nanomaterials, especially in the domain of medical technology. Thank you very much, sir, for spending your valuable time and sharing such an informative session, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So dear participants, now tea break is there. We will again meet at 12. So those who are online participants are requested to join by 11:59 a.m. and link will be same. You can stay at the same line or you can rejoin again. So now from 11:30 to 12, we have tea break. Thank you so much. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam. So,
Sir, we are start by 2 minutes.
okay, no problem.
A very warm good noon to respected resource person, sir, Robin Basab, sir, and dear participants. We are going to start the session. So before starting the expert lecture, I just want to briefly introduce sir in front of all of us. And though yesterday also sir had delivered a talk, and that was explicitly on single-use plastic, and we have able to learn many things related to single-use plastic and entrepreneurship in the plastic area. And today sir will deliver and talk related to the advanced manufacturing. So Probin B. Basab is serving as the Joint Director and Head, CIPET CSTS Ranchi. Sir had MTech in Mechanical Engineering. Sir has a postgraduate diploma in Plastic Engineering, postgraduate diploma in Management. Sir core competency is on plastic processing and plastic recycling techniques. Sir has more than 17 years of experience in the domain of polymer sector and contributed to the public polymer sector in India. Sir, before joining the CIPET CSTS Ranchi, sir worked as sandwich implant trainee for 1 year at MS Caprihans India Limited, worked as project engineer for 1 year for installation and commissioning of thermoforming PET sheet plant at Nail Extrulampiak Private Limited, Palghar. Sir has exposure to different reputed laboratories abroad also and attended training program on DSC, EGA, TMA of 5 days duration at TA Instrument, Philadelphia, USA. Attended Sinaplus in the year 2015 at Guangzhou, China. He has many more achievements and awards, and I just want to mention few of them. He is an internal auditor as per ISO 9001:2000. He is a qualified inspector as per ISO 17020. He is an internal auditor as per ISO IC 17025:2005. So we are fortunate enough that despite of such busy schedule, sir consented us to deliver today also. Thank you very much, sir, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. I think I can start my presentation. I will go in audio mode. Can you see my presentation, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So yesterday we have discussed about single-use plastics and what are the business opportunities or what we can have some business areas which are available in plastics processing. Maybe single-use plastics plus other plastic products or materials also. Today I will be discussing more on advancement in manufacturing process. What are the advancements which are going on in manufacturing process limited to our plastics processing, and some small information we will be also seeing about automation. Okay, so automation also is one of the important part now. So most of the attention we are not giving towards automation in plastic processing, so that what automation can be carried out in plastics processing. So that part also we will be discussing at the end of the presentation. So I will be starting further. I already madam has read out my biodata. So industry 4.0, when we say industry 4.0, this term is nowadays very common in all the industries when we go. So they will be saying that our industry or our setup is as per industry 4.0, or we are referring industry revolution 4.0 and all that. So we should also know what is industrial revolution 4.0 or IO 4.0 or industry 4.0 and how it is affecting our plastic processing. So how our plastic processing is also been affected, or it is playing a major role. Industry 4.0 is playing a major role in our plastic processing. So how it is playing a major role, so that also we can see in our presentation today. So I will be covering some of the areas wherein this industry 4.0 is applicable to our plastics processing. So when we say industry 4.0, basically it is more concentrated on interconnectivity. So interconnectivity in terms of man, machine, what activities you are doing. So there interconnectivity is very important. Interconnectivity in terms of network, in terms of Wi-Fi, then it may be higher bandwidths and all that. So all these problems or all these points will be coming in interconnectivity. Secondly, we will be discussing on automation, because when we say IO 4.0, their automation plays a very important role. So very less human interface is required. So in that case also automation is one of the important area. Thirdly, it will be machine learning. So how machine will be helping us in learning activities, or how machine learning can help in increasing our output or potential. So that also we'll be seeing. And what is the data which is generated, what are the real-time data which are generated, and how that real-time data or data which we can get within a fraction of second, how that data can be helpful for us. So all these points are covered in industry 4.0. So these are four major areas where industry 4.0 plays a very important role. And when we say industry 4.0, many times one term called as IIoT also comes into picture, that is industrial internet of things, basically it is called. So IIoT it is basically called. And then smart manufacturing. So smart manufacturing using smart machineries, smart tooling machineries, smart production machineries. So all this smart manufacturing is also one of the area where this industry 4.0 takes a very major chunk. Secondly, main area, that is when we consider production or when we consider manufacturing, production and operation these are two areas which are very important in manufacturing system, and that should be interconnected. Again, they should be interconnected with our setup, with our system, and all this data which is generated in manufacturing should also go to supply chain area. Okay, so supply chain, our consumers, which are the final users of the product, this consumer. So this data should go to consumer, or the product which you manufacture should go to the consumer, and there should not be any backlogs, or there should not be any hindering in this particular area. So there also supply chain manufacturing is also very important. So these are all areas which Industry 4.0 covers. So we will be discussing some of the areas in 4.0. And as I have mentioned already, we have to see that whatever production or whatever quality or whatever conditions we are maintaining at the batch size of 1 or a small or simple or a startup batch size, whatever the data is there, it should be repeated throughout the production system. Okay, so this is very important. So whatever setting we are doing in first product or first batch, all the data should be also repeated in the last production setup also. So whatever you are manufacturing, it should be uniform, it should be equal. Okay, so this is very important. When we say Industry 4.0 in manufacturing, we should also understand that we are going for development of your product. We are going for shortening of our development times. Whatever time it is required for development, we are also shortening that time. Whatever the startup times are there, many times startup times are very high, so it is again a loss. Okay, so in that case, startup times also should be reduced. Whatever setup times you are doing, whatever the time which you are setting up the process or product manufacturing activity, so that also should be removed or it should be reduced. And again, this will be done only when you are using all these technologies which I have shown in this picture. So you can see computer is connected, it is connected to the automation system, it is connected to microprocessor system, then it is connected through industry. Our industry, so whatever data is generated, it is going online, and then that data is being used as per the requirement. Okay, so these all are the factors, or all are the components of Industry 4.0. So these are components will be taking, they will be acting in a proper chain manner, and then that will be the output which we will be getting. When we say Industry 4.0, definitely industry, there must be something called as Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. So what does Industry Revolution 1.0 means, and when it started? So Industrial Revolution 1 started in near 1784, when we were using steam engines. Okay, so steam engine was evolved. Then we were having mechanical production equipment, so that type of activity was taking place. So this was Industrial Revolution 1. When Industrial Revolution 2 took place in 1870s, wherein chain evolution was chain invention was one of the major area. So chain production system was done, so we could have what we can say a full line type of production system which was possible. That time also power was generated, so power in terms of electrical power, it may be generated through thermal systems and all that. So power was also generated, so that was again in Revolution 2.0 or Industrial Revolution 2. Industrial Revolution 3 started in 1969. So basically it was more of automated production systems which were taking place. So whatever the size and dimensions were fixed, so that were repeated in all the products. So that was again using automated systems, automated microprocessor systems and all that. So this was again in terms of electronics manufacturing, electronic goods manufacturing, computers and other chips manufacturing. So all these information technologies and all that were coming in 1969 approximately. So this was Industrial Revolution 3. Industrial Revolution 4, which the revolution which we are now in, and industry says this is Industrial Revolution 4.0. So this Industrial Revolution 4.0 started in 2016. And it was mainly more connected to our cyberspace or internets and all that. So many technologies we could combine because of internet. So manufacturing was connected to a machine, and that machine is connected to through server system to the main production system. So all these technologies were possible. So this was again in Revolution 4.0. So now we are going ahead with Revolution 5.0. So in Germany and European countries, they are already saying that now Industrial Revolution 5.0 is started. So they are telling maybe that year maybe about to 2022 or 2023. So in Industrial Revolution 5.0, we will be more interested in artificial intelligence, we will be more interested in cloud computing, Internet of Things, 3D printings, additive manufacturing and all that. So these all will be coming in Industrial Revolution 5.0. Okay. And Industrial Revolution 5.0 will be more related to human interface. So we have to do something for human being ourselves. So we will be more connected through systems. We will be having everything data which will be generated. You can take an example. Suppose I want to find out what is the health parameters of my body today. So what are the health parameters? So I will be having a 3D scanning system, which I will be standing in front of that scanning system, and then that will scan my body, all parts. And then they will be showing a report wherein you can also read out that report. Okay, my heart is okay, he's working okay, okay, my lungs are okay, my liver is okay. So then he will tell you, okay, you have taken today breakfast, then the breakfast should have been this much quantity of protein or this much quantity of carbohydrates and all that. So all this will be giving within a fraction of second. So this will be possible, I think, within 1 or 2 years. So that will all be coming under Industrial Revolution 5.0. So it will be having such a thing that it will be monitoring your data continuously, and if some problem is there with body part, automatic message will be going to your doctor, and doctor will be telling, okay, so this is the problem your robot has or your system has reported to me. You please see that you take these types of pills and etc. Okay, so all this will be done in Industrial Revolution 5.0. So this was related to our health. Again, manufacturing also, Industrial Revolution 5.0, we will be having so many things which will be coming. So we will be seeing in our future slides, what future slides we will be showing you. So when we say components of Industrial Revolution 4.0 in manufacturing, so there are major areas which are very important to be discussed. So first area which I would like to discuss is additive manufacturing. Okay, so additive manufacturing is one type of manufacturing process wherein you are mixing different additives and you are manufacturing some different types of products. Like it may be used in manufacturing of specialized polymers. It may be used in manufacturing of specialized extruded materials which can be used in 3D printing and all that. So that type of materials are being manufactured in additive manufacturing. It may also happen that additive manufacturing, using additive manufacturing, we may be manufacturing our own body parts also. We don't know, after some years we will be able to manufacture our own body parts through additive manufacturing. So this also is possible in that case. So areas which are more related to this additive manufacturing include sensors, actuators. There may be robotics, which are areas which can be using this particular additive manufacturing. And application sector wise, at the bottom if you see, so sector wise, again you have machineries was one of the sectors, machinery and capital goods. You have electronics and electricity type of areas wherein this additive manufactured parts will be used. You can have your health areas also, just like I was discussing. It may be also used for manufacturing of body parts also. We don't know now, after some years we may make our own heart also using this additive manufacturing, wherein now only plastics and other materials are being used in 3D printing. It may be possible that some biomedical applications or biomaterials can also be used for manufacturing in 3D printing. Okay, so that type of body parts may be again produced in that case. So this is additive manufacturing. So countries, if you see leading countries, USA, UK and Germany, they are leading this particular area in additive manufacturing. Okay, so this is one of the area in IO 4.0 in manufacturing. Second area is your advanced robotics, wherein robots are again a crucial part. Robots in manufacturing, in our plastic processing also we are using robots. Like it may be robots in pick and place, robots for some what we can say dangerous environment, like it may be welding robots, it may be robots which are working in some type of nuclear power plants and all that. So this area is also very important, advanced robotics. So robots can be anywhere. It may be domestic, it may be medical, it may be entertainment. Drones, again, in last 2 years, drones have increased in a very faster rate. So we know drones, so much of applications are there now in drones. So you must have read somewhere that Amazon also is delivering material in US and UK using drones. Okay, so they can deliver fast that type of applications. So drones also is one of the area. So these are so many areas wherein this particular advanced robotics can be used. Communication equipments are also one of the areas. Robotics can also be used in medical applications, wherein they will be performing a small surgery in our body, wherein they will be putting robot through a small hole, and inside that robot will be doing surgery, and within a fraction of second that robot will be coming out, and within 1 day or half day you can go home also. So that is also possible, because very small hole they will be making, and then that robot will be doing a surgery. So robots are again important. So we can have a look at countries like China, Japan and USA. They are the leading countries wherein these robotic systems are very commonly used now, and they also have very good market rate also. So increase also is very high. So many applications areas have been developed in advanced robotics. So this is one of the area. Then when we were discussing Internet of Things, so industrial Internet of Things also we have discussed. So Internet of Things is nothing but we are using this particular technologies of internet connectivity, wireless connectivity, or connectivity through networks, or cloud computing. So that type of services if we are using, so basically these are all coming under Internet of Things. Okay, so IoT or IIoT, industry Internet of Things, it is basically called. So main capabilities or capacities we can have: identification like biometric systems, or our laser systems for identification of your eyelids and all that. So cornea identification also many times it is called. So all these activities mainly in signals or the signals whatever we receive from the machine that can be processed and then it can be used for some application. So these are also one of the areas where it is IoTs are being used. And we can have application in terms of machineries. So many of machineries, locks, door locks, or specialized areas which can be divided. Logistics and e-commerce also is one of the area where IoTs and IIoTs are being used. You can use IoTs and IoTs in health and medical type of equipment also, just as we were discussing, full body scan is possible, and then whatever the results are there, that results will be going to your doctor and doctor will be prescribing your medicine online itself. And it is possible that robot will be taking that medicine and then he will be directly giving you in morning, okay, this is your medicine, and you can have that medicine for clearing your problem. Okay, so this all is possible. So these all come under Internet of Things, IoT, or industry Internet of Things. If it is used in industry, that is called as industry Internet of Things. So this is one of the areas of IO 4.0. Then artificial intelligence. This is also one of the new areas which has been developed. So artificial intelligence in terms of use in applications like advanced computing. So computing applications you are using in cloud services. So you don't need to have a very big storage system. You can put all your data or all your photographs, videos and all that we can put in cloud. And whenever it is required, that cloud data can be retrieved again. Okay, so these are all coming under artificial intelligence. So much of the data or a very big data which is generated, so that data also should be stored properly. Whatever the required information we require, like it may be example you can take, as I was discussing last time, suppose I have a Hindustan Unilever Vaseline container which is there. So how much of Vaseline is used in particular district or village or city or state, so that data will be a very huge data, because you need to have data household wise, district wise, male, female wise and all that. So that data, so much data is generated and that data has to be properly separated. How much of the material, how much of the people they may be using 50-gram Vaseline or a container or 100-gram Vaseline container. So you can understand so much big data will be generated, and that data has to be properly maintained. It has to be properly segregated and used as per the requirement. So these are all coming under artificial intelligence. So many times now these topics like artificial intelligence or additive manufacturing, these are topics for PhDs, for MTechs also. Nowadays you can see most of the universities offering this type of topics for MTech and PhDs. Okay, so this is one of the areas. So we have leading countries in terms of China, USA and UK. So these are leading countries in terms of artificial intelligence. India also is coming into picture here. Now you can see India on 10 number in that area. So we are also developing our own systems. We are also developing our own advanced computing systems. We are developing our own cloud services and all that. So this is also area which we can think of. We have areas, application areas in terms of education. Just we were discussing the same example, like you can have example of doctor and all that. So we can have it in use it in education also for teaching the students in terms of our medical field, or it in maybe in terms of our injection molding or plastic processing field also. So you can just imagine there is an injection molding machine in front of you, artificial intelligence, there is a 3D machine in front of you, then you can operate the machine, you can open and close the doors, you can set the parameters, you can see how the product is formed. So everything is been happening in your artificial intelligence area, and everything is been taking place in front of you. So you can see that so simple it will be there, and understanding purpose also it will be so clear. So that type of education area also, training areas also, this particular AI or artificial intelligence can be used, and it can be used in logistics. It can be used in e-commerce also. So this is also very big area now, logistics and e-commerce. So there also artificial intelligence can play a very important role. Okay. So these are all areas which artificial intelligence plays an important role, and it is again one of the developing areas we can say in Industrial Revolution 4.0. This type of technology called as DLT or blockchain. So DLT is nothing but distributed ledger technology. So this distributed ledger technology is nothing but it will manage all the data, whatever data are generated, whatever data are systems are generated, it will be managing all the data. You can have passwords on that data and you can use as per the requirement. Okay, so this is blockchain technology, which basically they call, and it is used not alone, but it is used along with this artificial intelligence and other applications applications it is being used. So very important area nowadays, this blockchain technology is used in cryptocurrencies. Okay, finance and insurance is one of the major area. So we must have heard so much about cryptocurrencies and digital currencies and all that. So these are all areas where this particular blockchain technology is used. So this has been used in very large area in foreign countries like USA. They are commonly using this type of technologies, blockchain technology, and definitely maintaining the contracts, keeping the contracts, putting contracts on public domain, or making that contracts okay. So all these technologies are also important, which is again related to this DLT technology called as blockchain technology. So here also, if you see, USA and China, they are leading these sectors. And area wise, if you go, finance and insurance is one of the major area. You have public authorities like as I was telling, smart contracts. You can no need of signing any agreements and all that. You can digitally sign that agreements and send to a party, and that agreement will be valid and will be accepted. So that type of application areas are also being developed because of blockchain technology. Okay, so major area now which is coming in front of us using blockchain technology is digital or cryptocurrencies. Other than that, you can have so many application areas like smart contracts, or so many record keeping activities and all that, which are again part of this blockchain technology. Next area is cloud computing or cloud technology, wherein we are keeping all data in a particular virtual setup, wherein when we say cloud, it is not cloud which is present in front of us, but we are keeping our data inside a very big virtual storage application area, wherein this data will be stored, it will be maintained, and whenever it is required, that data can be retrieved also. So we have passwords and all that, so you can use that data whenever it is required. No need of keeping it in physical servers and all that. So definitely it will be helping us in maintaining space, keeping space less. Again, it will be also helping us in digitalization of our documents, digitalization of our books, our journals and all that. So so many, like you must have seen, judgmental areas, or wherein there is areas where a lot of data is generated, like public authority areas, courts and judge systems and all that. So courts also, so much data has been maintained 10 years, 20 years, which was the case, who was against who and all that. So all this data can be stored in cloud computing or cloud digital format. So these are application areas where this cloud computing comes into picture. Okay, so virtualization, network, your storage services, web services and all that. So this also can be one of the areas. You can use data as per your requirement. Okay, you can use data in infrastructure, you can use it in software systems and all that. So these are the cloud computing areas. So countries like Japan, Germany and USA, they are leading these countries in cloud computing and all that. Okay, so this is also one of the major area in IO 4.0. Augmented and virtual reality. Okay, so these are also areas which are again coming in terms of gamings. Okay, so most of the gaming softwares or games which we can see, so it is just like we are standing in that particular atmosphere, so or we are standing in that type of setup which is virtual setup. So this augmented or virtual reality is also very important, wherein we can get a particular artificial intelligence also is used. You can get some artificial vision, you can have some wireless gun system or wireless systems which can be used along with this application. So mobile and gaming is one of the major application area. You can also use virtual and augmented reality in tourism also. Like suppose if you go in Google and you go for a particular visit to pyramids. Okay, so you want to visit pyramids and you go on Google Maps. So when you go on Google Maps, you will go on pyramids, you will understand that there is a 3D system wherein you can click on that 3D, and that particular mobile, if you rotate, you will understand that it is just like you are standing in front of the pyramids and then you are seeing in different directions. So this is also possible using augmented and virtual reality. Okay, so this 3D views and multiple views which are possible. So this is basically because of augmented and virtual reality. So this is one of the major areas. So that environment, that type of virtual environment may be created in front of us, and that environment can help us in knowing the things, can help us in increasing our knowledge and all that. So this is also possible in your tourism area. We can also use that type of technologies in digital and audiovisual content creation. So you can use this virtual reality for teaching our subjects or teaching to students, medical people, or it may be some engineering people also. So you can use that type of setup also using augmented or virtual reality. Okay. Okay, so this is also one of the major area which has been developed in this case. Then which we were discussing blockchain technology or DLT technology. Along with that, we should also not forget so much of data which is generated, and that data has to be stored and it has to be managed properly. So it is nothing but big data which is being generated. So it has to be collected, it has to be processed, it has to be used as per our requirement. So this is also one of the area, big data analysis. So we are processing that data, we are combining that data, we are separating that data as per the requirement. We can also do some statistical analysis on that data, how many are the males and how many are the females, what are the size which they are using for that particular Vaseline container and all that. So these all data can be used. So this also has to be stored properly, because so much of data storage will again require so much of physical storage. So all this data, big data which is generated, you can store in cloud system and all that. So this is also possible in big data analysis. So you have consumer area you can use in finance and insurance. Just an example you can take in finance, how many of the people they have bank balance less than 5,000 in all over India, and that too if I ask a particular SBI branch like that. So much of data has to be generated and it has to be properly processed, because I have asked so many conditions like it should be less than 5,000. Then if I ask in more in detail, how many are there in rural, how many are there in urban, and that too how many are male, how many are female. So you can just imagine what type of data which will be generated. So it is a huge data, and definitely that data has to be properly segregated and used. So this data can be used in government services, they can be used for making some decisions in government services, or it may be used for analysis or statistical analysis type of applications also. Okay, so this is big data analysis. This is also part of IO 4.0. Cyber security, it is important, because once you are using so much of big data, you are using blockchain technology, you are using digital currency, smart contracts and all that. So definitely the data has to be protected, and for identifying that data, for protecting that data, we should have security which is also should be required. Okay, so security is not security which is physical form. This security will be in terms of cyber securities. Okay, you have to protect against your attack. So you may be knowing that Ukraine and Russia, that fight which is going on, so there are so many news channels, they are showing that already Russia has started attacking the servers of Ukraine, and then Ukraine special agents have been trained in USA so that they can protect from their servers from the attack of Russia. So many news channels are showing this type of content. So definitely this type of security also is there, because if they want to attack the data of servers, and they may attack the servers in a bank, then they may erase the data, or they may generate virus in that data. So this is also possible. So wherein this cyber security is again very important. Okay, cyber security should play an important role. So cyber security in terms of detection, responding and recover. So this is possible. So leading countries in terms of UK, USA and France, these are countries which are leading in this type of application areas. As we were discussing cryptocurrency, again cryptocurrency or cryptography, so this also is area where it needs to be protected. Cloud data needs to be protected. So this all is possible using this cyber security. Okay, so you need to protect this data using specialized servers, specialized softwares and all that. So this is again possible using these cyber security systems. Connectivity, we have already discussed, related to connectivity to the machine, connectivity to manpower and all. In terms of technology is again important, like technology connectivity we have in terms of 3G, 2G, 4G and 5G. So nowadays 5G also will have started already in some of the countries. So cellular technologies are there. Then if we had to have long range system, that also data available is there. Short range in terms of Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. So these are also short range connectivity data management systems. So there also we are using these connecting technologies. So your machines can be connected to your computer systems or laptops through using this type of technologies. Like we need to monitor the data which is present in my plant, which is located hundreds of kilometers away, and I can put a chip, small chip along with my cellular card, so that whatever data is generated in my machine, so that data will be already or automatically transported to my mobile phone using this cellular technology like 4G or 5G, and I can see what is going on, what is the data which is generated, what is machine running time and all that. So I can use that data for my application and I can make some decision on that. Okay, so that data can be already generated in terms of application areas like digital transformation. It can be used in finance and insurance, and so many applications area which are available. So this connectivity is again very important point. So you can just imagine a particular bank server, if it gets closed for some time, so much of chaos is getting created in that application area. Okay, so this is again important connectivity. Simulation, again, one of area which is being used in manufacturing. Also it is used in other application areas like your industries, transports, electronics also. So simulation is important, so we can understand what is the product which will be formed. So simulation of that particular product in terms of softwares, in hardwares, like simulation in terms using softwares which are used in CAD CAM, like we know that mold flow analysis and all that. So we can simulate the system, we can see what is the product which will be formed, and all details can be generated. So this is all coming under simulation systems, wherein this simulation technologies can be used in electronics and electricity. You can be used in transport areas also. This simulation will be used. So these are all coming under simulation technologies. Okay, so this is one of the major area which is being developed in IO 4.0. So if you see the trends which are going on in industry 4.0, we have seen some of the parts. So trends basically in terms of biological technologies, in terms of which we were discussing, additive technologies were there. It was there regarding smart, or then it should be in terms of advanced materials also. So materials can be required in so many application area, like it may be required in electronics, it may be required in production manufacturing. So that type of material and what will be the application and all that. So all these are the trends which will be coming up now slowly. So like I was discussing, biological technologies in terms of manufacturing of human body parts also will be possible in future. So if suppose a particular part of body is not functioning, so you may manufacture using 3D printing, using biological materials, and that may be fitted in our body or attached to our body. So this may also be possible in future. So these are trends which will be going ahead in 4.0. Application areas in 4.0 are various application areas, starting from smart factory, starting from logistics, starting from retail. Like retail, we discuss already consumer data which is generated and how that data can be used. It can be also used in health applications or health areas also, wherein you can use it in manufacturing of implants, in parts of body parts or bones, and all that can be again manufactured using 3D printing, and that bone can be fitted in as in the body. Okay, so that bone will be manufactured using 3D printing as per the human body requirement of a particular person. So that all can be done, design can be made, manufactured, and can be fitted inside the system. Okay, so this is all possible in 4.0, industry 4.0. So these are areas which are being developed using 4.0 applications. So these are some of the areas which I have already mentioned here. So if you see market size area wise also, you will understand that IoT is taking much of the market size. 2018, it was approximately 180 billions dollar. So it will be definitely very high in 2025, whereas it will be approximately 1500 IoTs for it will be going on 1500. Whereas other areas like solar also is one of our developing areas. So solar, lot of energy which can be generated through solar systems. So that is also one of the areas. Robotics is playing one of the major role here. So you can see a lot of data, a lot of application area will be developed in robotics. Artificial intelligence also will be a major part which will be taking place, and definitely 5G systems, 4G, 5G systems will be taking place in 2025. India also is hopeful that 5G system will be implemented in recent times, so it is possible. So there also it will be, this area will be covered in the maximum application area. Okay, so these are some of the estimates, market estimates of technology areas which will be covered in 2025. Then a lot of application providers or people or technology providers are also possible or also available in these technology areas. IoT 4.0, you may find Alphabet, you may find Amazon, Cisco, IBM. So same way other areas like blockchain technology also, Alibaba from China, they are one of the leaders in that type of technology. Amazon also is having, IBM is also having blockchain technologies. 5G already we know, UI that is present or ZT is present, or they are available in China. So they will be leaders in 5G technologies. Ericsson, USA, Nokia, they are also leaders in 5G technology. Okay, so these are some of the companies or technology providers which are using these technologies. When we say 3D printing, we have HP or Stratasys, also one of the manufacturer of machine for 3D printing machines. Robotics, you have so many names, which are again some of the common names like Fanuc, Kuka, they are all ABB, they are all common names in robotics. Drones also, this is new area. Last 2-3 years, it has developed in a very big way. So definitely Boeing, Lockheed Martin, they are one of the area majors which are using these robot systems or drones. Then you have nanotechnology also, BSF from USA and Germany, they are leading. Agilent from USA, they are leading this area. Solar, again, from last 5 years, they have developed in a very big way. And there are so many solar manufacturer technology provider areas which will be giving solar technologies, PV technologies. Okay, so these are areas, just wanted to inform you regarding the areas or the technology providers which are available. Area wise, we have already discussed basically how AI is helping in retail finance, how big data is helping in finance or manufacturing, or blockchain technology, how they are helping in finance. So these already we have discussed area wise. So just a slide we have shown here, so wherein you can understand that manufacturing, if you see the red color manufacturing, you are manufacturing everywhere near about it is all technologies are being used. Okay, they are currently they are being used. So manufacturing in terms of 5G, if you understand, okay, I'm having a data here and I want to transfer fast that data to a server which is located in China or US, I can transfer my data using this particular 5G technologies. Okay, so this is possible. Artificial intelligence also manufacturing is being using in a very big way, so that also is possible here. Robotics also, manufacturing technologies are available wherein robotics is commonly used. Okay, so these are all areas where, or sectors where these particular technologies are getting used. So when we say production or manufacturing, we should also understand that when we go for automobiles, a lot of plastic products are being used in automobiles. When we say mobility in terms of very low emissions, mobility in terms of smart materials, so you have to use smart materials in our automobiles, or safety systems or driver assisted systems, all this will be coming under sustainable mobility. Okay, when we say vehicle industry or commercial vehicle or passenger utility vehicles, so these are all areas where this particular additive manufacturing or AI systems and all that are used in this particular manufacturing or transport area. Wherein when we go detail inside our automobiles, again, when we are using this technology, we should also not forget that so many application areas have plastics inside. Okay, so many areas, like it may be seat area, it may be covers, it may be door panels or interior modules, everywhere your plastics will be used. So you have so many areas where plastics will be used. Again, lightweight material, you have so many additives which can also be added in your plastics. So much of application areas are possible inside your automobiles itself. So when we go for advanced manufacturing in plastics processing, so I will be discussing some of the plastic processing advanced systems. So I will be discussing majorly on injection molding size. Like you can see the injection molding machine in front of you. So you have an injection end, you have a clamping end, wherein these machines are again plug and play type of machines. You can also see on my left hand side photograph, wherein you can have raw materials which are feeded automatically on the machine. So machine will be having a raw material feeding section, wherein material will be going inside through hopper, and automatically as per the machine requirement, this material will be taken in and products will be made, and it will be sent through a system wherein a conveyor system is there. You can have a look, there are nearly 50 to 100 machines, but you can see only 2 to 3 people which are working on the machines. Other things, everything is been automated. Production may be automated, conveying systems may be automated. If some problems or some problems comes or issues come inside the machine, so that data will be generated and will be sent to a cabin wherein the supervisor will be sitting, and he will be seeing that particular 10th machine has this particular short, or it is not giving proper production. So he will phone that person who is sitting down or who is sitting at the shop floor. Okay, you go on 10 number machine and you see this point has to be cleared. So he will be going on 10 number machine and he will be clearing that data, or he will be resetting the machine and all that. So all this is possible because of Industry Revolution 4.0. So you can have smart connectivity, you can have automations, which is possible here. So okay, so this is injection molding. So injection molding in terms of 2-color injection molding, these are advanced technologies which are available. So 2-color injection molding, you can have multicolor material. which is having same material but different colors. You can have multi-material molding also, which is possible. Okay, so you have co-injection molding, you have multicolor injection molding, which is possible. So application areas in terms of your tail lamps, lights, which are used in automobiles. So this is one of the major area wherein you can have white color, you can have yellow color light and red color border. So all these are available inside a single product. So this is also possible in injection molding using sandwich injection molding or multi-material or multicolor injection molding. So when I say multicolor, means it may be same material with different colors. It may be red and yellow. If suppose it is polycarbonate, it may be red and yellow and white. If suppose it is different material, so it may be rubber material or silicon based material on the sides, and inside it may be hard and tough material like polycarbonate. So this also is possible. So these are I will be showing more on the areas. So what will be the advantage of this multi-material or multicolor injection molding? So you have an aesthetic look, you have good strength also, which is coming, you have hard and soft touch, which is possible. Cost wise also you can save basically on multicolor and multi-material injection molding. So you can have reprocessed material which may be put inside, and you have an outer virgin material on outer surface. So this also can be possible. Or you may have a hard and tough material on skin, which is outer surface, and inner surface or a core may have a soft and foaming type of material. Okay, so this is also possible in multicolor or multi-material injection molding. So you have so many machines options which are possible. So you can have a machine wherein you can inject material in 2-3 points inside the mold. So if it is a multi-material, you can have 2-3 injection systems set up, wherein one material from one side it is injecting, second material from top, other material from the sides. So all this is possible. You can also have a system wherein your mold will be rotating. So you can see the right hand side photograph wherein that mold will be rotating and one material will be injecting. Afterwards that it will be rotation on 180 degrees, and you can have the second material which can be injected. Okay, so rotary mold technology also is possible, or rotary platen type of technology is also possible. You can also rotate your barrel. So rotating barrel will be slightly difficult. So many times machine manufacturers, they will be having a rotary platen technology wherein your platen will be rotating at 180 degrees Celsius. Okay, so this is possible. So rotation is possible as per your requirement. You can rotate as per your angle requirement. You can rotate the molds. So these are all technologies which are available. So you can see the picture here wherein the platen is rotating and you are injecting one material, red color material, and second, this blue color material is being injected. Okay, so this is happening inside the same machine. So there are two materials which are injected in a particular fashion. So these are some of the application areas like which I was discussing. You have a tail lamp which is at bottom, yellow, pink, yellow, red and white. You may have a razor system. So that razor system will also have hard and soft material which will be there. So this is one of the application areas. You can also have a transfer technology wherein you can inject one material and you can remove that material from that mold. You fix another mold and then you put it as an insert. Okay, so it is called as insert molding technology also. So you are using that first material as insert in second mold, and then you are injecting the second material on that particular product. So this we call it as insert molding. So this technology also is possible, but in that case your manufacturing process, you need to first manufacture first product and then you have to change the mold and then you go for second product manufacturing. So this is also possible in transfer techniques. So this is one of the area in which injection molding is used. Then when we go to next, you can see transfer can be done using this particular robot systems also. So these are robot systems which are removing product from one area and then they are transferring the product to second area. So this is possible here. So there is a robots which are using this particular transfer of one part to another part. So some of the application areas, again, I have just shown you some pictures. So very commonly used handles, which are soft and hard type of handles. Many times bottle openers and all that, these will be using these two material systems. Then one of the area where advanced injection molding is used is thin wall molding. Okay, so molding which is having very thin wall applications. So thin wall containers less than mainly 1 mm or less. So whatever the thickness is there, it should be 1 mm or less. So that type of application areas which is called as thin wall molding. So it is very difficult in terms of normal injection molding to fill that thin wall molded component. So you need to have a high pressure type of machine. So it has to be a specialized machine, because if one cycle it is getting filled, second fabrication cycle, again it is short field, so definitely there will be wastage of material and wastage of time. So your machine should support this type of thin wall molding applications also. So thin wall application in terms of thin boxes, packaging boxes which are used for food containers and all that, their lids are also one of the application area. Thin wall disc are there. Then nowadays you have spectacle glasses or small what we can say lens which are being fitted in eyes. So these are all made by thin wall injection molding process. Okay, so these are some of the application areas. Sandwich injection molding, which we were discussing, basically you have two areas which can be divided, product can be divided. So one area is your core, which is center or inside, and outside is your skin. Okay, so you have a core which is separate material, skin which may be a separate material. So you are injecting first core and then you are injecting the skin material in particular fashion, in particular setting, wherein one extruder will be giving material to that particular nozzle, then second material will be given to the nozzle. So a particular sequence is being followed here, so that we call it as sandwich injection molding. So sandwich injection molding will help in making skin and core type of design. So it may be same material with different color, or it may be different material also, so that also is possible. So this is what the sandwich injection process sequence is there. So you fill the core first, then that nozzle will be closed for that first material, then second material will be injected. So second material again should be injected such that it should not go outside the first material. Like suppose skin have been injected first, so if you are injecting skin first, then the skin should remain on the top only, and then core, if it is injected, it should be in the center only. Okay, so that sequence you have to properly follow. So this is called a sandwich injection molding. So application areas, you can see so many applications area we have already discussed there. So two color injection molding, or we have foamed layer inside and outside it was a thick layer. So when you weigh the product, you will understand that weight is very less, but it looks like a heavy and a solid product. So weight, if you do, it is less. So that is all coming under sandwich injection molding. Then gas assisted injection molding is also one of the major area. Gas assisted injection molding is being used commonly from last 10 to 12 years, wherein these gas injected molded products, they are used in handles, they are used for making particular steering wheels and all that. So if you see cross section of this particular component, you will understand inside it is completely hollow. So you have a skin on outside, whereas inside it is completely hollow. So that type of application area, we call it as gas assisted injection molding. So you are injecting gas inside your component. Okay, basically it is nitrogen, which is gas which can be injected inside. So nitrogen generator is available. You can generate nitrogen gas with good purity, and that gas is being injected through nozzles inside your mold, or you can also supply it in terms of nozzle, or you can supply it inside the mold. So there are two application areas wherein you can put the gas. So gas in nitrogen can be put through machine nozzle on your barrel, and secondly it can be put through your mold, wherein nozzles are drilled inside your mold cavities and you are injecting the gas through the nozzles. Okay, so this is the system, gas assisted injection system. So you can see the component at the bottom, wherein outside it looks like a solid component, whereas inside it is completely hollow. So that type of application area, we call it as gas assisted injection molding. So these are the components. When you cut a cross section of this gas assisted injection molded component, you'll understand that inside it is completely hollow, whereas outside skin will be hard. Okay, so this is, we call it as gas assisted injection molding. So why does it come under advanced injection molding? You can understand your gas should always be inside, your skin should be always outside. That gas should not escape from the system. So it has to maintain inside, it has to maintain pressure, has to maintain flow length, and how much should be the pressure, and all that values has to be controlled properly, because setup time itself may require a huge time, because setting up that material flow, then properties of gas and how the gas will flow, how the material will flow, everything has to be studied properly. Nowadays softwares are possible, like mold flow analysis also, you have a module wherein you can check the gas assisted injection molding setup. So you can use that softwares or simulation techniques to know the flow of material and gas. Okay, so this is possible in gas assisted injection molding. So one of the major reason for using this gas assisted injection molding will be your material saving, because you are putting inside completely hollow part, so there will be hollow system, so you are saving material, nearly 20-30% material will be saved in gas assisted injection molding. Definitely, since your clamping, your weight has reduced, cycle time will reduce, clamping force will reduce. So all this reduction will take place. There will be no defects like shrink marks and all that which will be coming on product. So all these will be giving advantages on the system. So one of the major reason is reduction of weight. So application areas like automobiles and all that will require less weight. So in that type of application, you can use these gas assisted injection molded products. So these are advantages of using this gas assisted molding, and these are the disadvantages, wherein cost of gas, generation of gas, then the gas should be maintained inside the system. It should not go out and all that. So should be maintained properly. So all this has to be studied first, and then it has to be done through the system. So these are some of the application areas. These are some of the products wherein this gas assisted injection molding is used. So we will not understand that how it is been made, but when you have a cross section of that product, you will understand, okay, it is lightweight and it is cross section, it is showing hollow inside. So you will understand, okay, it is gas assisted injection molding. So this is the first product picture. You can see it is a complete product, wherein second picture, if you do a cross section cut, you will understand that inside it is hollow. So there is no way you can have a look how it can be produced using this particular technology. So this is gas assisted injection molding. So nozzle of gas also is very small. You will not have any point also wherein you will understand, okay, gas has been injected through that particular point, because it will be just like a needle syringe. When you are putting a vaccine or particular syringe in our body, it will never happen that your blood will be coming out through that hole which has been made by that syringe. So it will be so small, so it will be healing itself. Same way here also, this material will heal that hole, and then you will not understand that how that gas has injected inside. Okay, so this is possible in this gas assisted injection molding. So along with gas assisted, you can have liquid assisted, or not liquid assisted, liquid injection molding also, because liquid assisted injection molding is covered in different area, which we call it as water assisted injection molding, wherein in case of gas assisted, you are using nitrogen gas, wherein application in water assisted injection molding, you are using natural water or specialized water, which will be put in terms of in place of your gas. When we say liquid injection molding, we are more interested on LSR molding, that is liquid silicon rubber moldings. So rubber moldings are, again, basically these are thermoset materials. So they have a small thermoset properties where they need to be mixed in proper proportion, and then the temperature should be maintained, and then they have to be put inside the system. So in that case also, you have specialized machines which are available. So there are two components, component A and component B, which are being mixed and then sent inside your screw barrel systems. So you have a 1 and 2, which is written on my right hand side. You can understand there is material are stored in two proportions, and that material is pumped properly and sent through the system inside your barrel. So your barrel will be mixing, screw barrel will be mixing and properly maintaining the temperature, and then that material is fastly injected inside your mold. Okay, so this is called as liquid injection molding. So most common application area, so you can see the machines, so many machine manufacturers are available wherein they can give you this setup for liquid injection molding, LSR molding also, which is commonly called. So you have Angel, which is supplying this setup. So you need to have a specialized screw system, barrel system, and you need to take this setup wherein you need to maintain the temperature, you need to maintain the pressure inside this A and B components, which are again thermoset based components. So you can see the picture of LIM setup or liquid injection molding setup by Arbor. So A and B, these are the two raw materials which are properly pumped and then sent inside a screw barrel system. So controls are also very important. Your A and B type of control system should be also connected to your machine. Machine should also work in tandem or in proportion with this system. So all this setup has to be properly done, and then you can produce the components using liquid injection molding. So many application areas like O-rings, gaskets, you have dosing device, you have baby bottles, so you have mobile phone keypads or sports materials which can be manufactured using this type of technology called as liquid injection molding. So these are some of the examples just I wanted to show you. So O-rings are very commonly used. So these are drinkers which are also made using LSRs. So you have LSRs which are used in medical applications also. So implants are also nowadays, implants in human being are also being used in case of human beings for implants. You have O-rings, you have drinkers and all that. So all these are examples which are there in LSR molding. Structural foam molding. So you are using foam material inside your structure. So this is called a structural foam molding. So this is also one of the advanced injection molding process. So foaming can be done in basically two types. So you can add your foaming agent or foaming type of material inside your screw barrel system. So this material will be mixed with your normal material, either it may be PP, HDP, or whatever material you are using for producing the product. So that will be mixed inside the material, and then it will be sent through the normal screw injection molding machine. So whatever the material will be there, because of temperatures and because of process which is happening on that material, so it will be releasing gas. So either it may be CO2 gas, carbon dioxide gas, which will be released if you are adding chemical foaming agents. Other than that, you can also add some nitrogen gas inside your barrel. So you have a nitrogen injector system wherein you can add this nitrogen gas. So this gas will be mixing along with the material, and this gas plus material will be injected inside the mold. Okay, so that will be going inside the mold, and then it will be taking the shape. So this type of application areas we call as structural foam molding. So you have a skin which is compact, and inside that will be a foaming structure which will be formed. So this is skin and core, which is foaming inside is core. So this is one of the product called a structural foam molding. So many application areas are again there, like it may be containers which are used for carrying heavy parts, or it may be air application, airport application, it may be crates. It may be trolley systems which are used. So they will be having very less weight. There will be no problem which will be coming because of production. And definitely you may be one of the major application area maybe because of your reduction in weight. Okay, so this is areas which structural foam products may be used. Along with normal injection molding, we should also understand micro injection molding. So making products with a smaller size, small size, like we can have an example of our SIM card itself. So SIM card 10 years back, it was a big SIM card which was coming near about our coin shaped SIM card was there, and heavy SIM card was there. But nowadays we have SIM cards in a very smaller shape, very smaller size, very smaller weight. So this is possible using micro injection molding. So a smaller size production we can do using micro injection molding. These are small products which are being manufactured using micro injection molding. You have small gears, you have small filter parts or automobile parts or gears which are being manufactured using micro injection molded. So you can see how small these products will be there, and they will be manufactured using micro injection molding. So when we say micro injection molding, definitely our mold also will be small. Our products are small, definitely our molds also will be small, our machines also will be very small. Okay, so when our machines are small, when our molds are small, that small molds have to be manufactured, that precision has to be there. So definitely we need to have small lathe machine, small milling machine, micro milling, micro lathe, micro EDM. So all this setup is being required. So this required setup will be there, then only we may be able to manufacture molds. So you can see the mold which I have just shown you here. So on my left hand side you can have a clock, and then you see a mold which is so small, it is just like your clock. So hand watch will maybe there, you are fitting that mold inside your machine, so small machine will be there, and then that particular products we can see on my right hand side, wherein small products have been manufactured. So this is micro injection molding. So this is also one of the advanced technologies which are being currently used in so many application areas. Then we have resin transfer molding, wherein fiber plus raw material plus material, maybe epoxies, maybe polyesters, they are transferred, and then that big size components are being made. So you are using in terms of press type of compression press type of system. So this also is one of the areas, resin transfer molding, basically RTM it is called. So you are using thermoset raw material along with fibers or composites for making the components. So you can have a look. So these particular components can be also made by using SMCs and DMCs. So SMC is nothing but sheet molding compounds. So you are having this particular sheet type of application, wherein this particular fibers plus raw material plus additive, whatever additives, catalyst and all that which you are adding. So they are added and they are made in terms of sheet form. Okay, so this is a sheet manufacturing process. So you have a sheet which can be made. So you have additives, catalyst and resins additives which are added on the top. You can see the from top. So top you are supplying that additives, resins, everything, and then it is mixed properly inside a mixer. From mixer this will be going inside a stirrer chamber, wherein that will be stirred and then it will be put on a conveyor system. So conveyor system will be having your raw material inputs also. It will be having chopped your fibers, glass fibers or rovings also, which will be falling on the system. And then it will be pressed using a film. So it will be pressed using a film, and then you will form a roller, which will be giving you SMC components. Okay, so sheet molding components will be formed. So this sheet molding compounds or sheet molding component will be further used in making different products. So you have different product applications, like it may be boat hulls and all that. So these are some of the components which have been shown. So you may be using it in consumer goods, you may be using in engineering applications and all that. So these are again pressed inside a compression press, and then that shape is being given. These SMCs are nowadays also used in commercial components, commercial agricultural machineries also, like tractors and all that. So you have a very good finish also, which is coming because you are adding that type of additives and all that inside that material. So you can get good finish also, good color also, and different combinations are available. Different sizes are also being made using SMCs. So these are one of the major application areas nowadays. This commercial agricultural machineries, commercial transport machineries, they are using these SMCs. Okay, so SMCs are also currently being used in areas like wastewater treatment, chemical treatment plants and all that. So they will be making some particular tanks and other things using these SMC components. So that reaction will not be there, because since it is a thermoset material, so reaction resistance will be there. There will be protection of material, strength also will be good. So many advantages will be there if you are using these SMCs in this type of application area. For example, if you consider agricultural machinery, it has to work day and night inside of agriculture farm, wherein heat, sunlight, water, everything will be there, moisture will be there, and it should withstand all this temperature, pressure, everything on the system. So this is all we call it as SMCs in agricultural machinery. So this is SMCs which are used. Then you can also use Duff molding compounds. So Duff molding compounds are again compounds which are having basically thermoset materials inside that. So they will be adding thermoset material plus our fibers, chopped fibers and glass and all that. So it is just like a duff. Okay, so as the name indicates, duff or bulk. So it is made in form of duff or a mold. So you can see the bottom picture wherein you will understand fibers plus material is getting mixed, and the duff is being formed. Okay, so duff is being formed. So this we call it as bulk molding or duff molding compounds. So they will be having a specialized mixing unit wherein material will be put inside and mixed properly and then sent inside your machine. So this machine will be our normal injection molded machine also. You can use with different screw barrel systems with higher tonnages and all that. So I've shown a small picture there. So you will be having higher tonnage values. Screw barrel systems will be different, wherein because it has to have a mixture type of thing. So this all will be there inside this machine. So you have so many application areas in duff molding or bulk molding compounds, like electric circuit breakers, electrical application parts and all that. So they will have very good dimensional stability, heat resistance. Then you have power, this particular mechanical properties also will be very good in this type of application materials. Okay, so these are applications of bulk molding compounds or duff molding compounds. So DMCs are also used for making circuits systems. You have these LED systems which are made, so they can also, you can use these duff molding compounds in that case. So household containers also can be used, wherein containers which should withstand higher temperatures and all that. So there also electric components are there. So these are all application areas where these duff molding components can be used, and it can be used using compression molding also. You can use compression molding process also for manufacturing of these products. Then metal injection molding is one of the new area which is being developed inside. So injection molding along with metal. So you are having metal powder plus binder. So both of these materials are being put inside through a mixing chamber. They have been properly mixed, and then it goes for granulation, wherein you are getting that feedstock. Once that feedstock is ready, that feedstock is fit or it is being put inside your injection molding machine. So again, that injection molding will be a specialized injection molding machine, wherein that metal and binder will be added and mixed with the screw barrel systems. Whatever your product is being formed, that product is then removed from the system and then cleaned, and then you go for thermal debinding. So debinding is you have to remove the binding material, the binder which you have added here. So you have to remove that binding material using thermal systems. That is nothing but heating. You are heating that material so that binder will evaporate and will removed from the system. Once debinding is over, you go for a sintering process, wherein that metal parts or metal powder which was there, it will be sintered and that final product will be formed. So you can see so many application areas. First figure you can see wherein I have shown when it is molded, then when you are removing the binder, that B part, it is when you have removed the binder, and then C part after sintering, after the shape or after sintering process, wherein that final metal shape will be formed. Okay, so these are some of the components which I have shown at the bottom. There are so many other application areas also. So definitely temperatures will be higher. So this is a debinding and sintering continuous setup which is available in industries. So it is basically a big cycle and continuous cycle which is taking place, and then finally these components are formed and then they are removed. So this is a debinding chamber, then this is one particular sintering chamber which is shown at the bottom. So these are all machineries which are used in metal injection molding. So these are some of the examples wherein this switch, which is used for medical application like endoscopy and all that. So these particular components are made using metal injection molding. So parts of this component, like you can see small pivots, small retainers, clips and all that. So critical design, it is difficult to manufacture using normal CNC machining. So you can manufacture using this metal injection molding. Okay, so these are the endoscopic robotic arm which is used for endoscopy surgery. So this is one of the product. Then since continuous repeatability will be there, you can go for mass manufacturing also using this particular metal injection molding process. So these are some of the components which are after sintering, they are getting shaped, and very small sizes components are also possible. So you can see the size of the component is very less, small size, less than $, which is shown here. So these are some of the tools which are unscrewing tools which are shown in the picture. So some of the more examples of metal injection molding. Assembly parts also can be made easily and then it can be assembled. Extrusion process, when we go for advancement in extrusion process in terms of multi-layers, is one of the advancement which is going on. So it was for single layer material, gone to 3 layers, 5 layers, 7 layers. Now 11 layers, 13 layers combinations are also possible. So you have material which can be repeated in different layers. Properties of materials like water vapor moisture resistance or gas resistance properties or oxygen resistance properties, all these properties can be achieved using multi-layer blown films. Okay, so instead of single material, you can have multi-layer systems which are available. So you have that type of system setups which are available. Setup in terms of your injection of material or sending material inside your die. So you have so many extruders. You can see that the center figure wherein there are 6 to 8 extruders which are available, and each extruder will be having different speed, different output, different we can say materials also which will be inside, and then they will be sending that melted material inside your die. So finally from die you will be getting that material in the form of blown film, and then you will be cutting as per the requirement. Bag making machine will be available wherein you can make bags and all that. Okay, so this is possible. So these are multi-layer applications wherein extrusion has grown in a faster rate, where you can go for 13 layers, 17 layers also nowadays is possible. When we go in blow molding advancement, you will understand that multi-layer blow molding, multi-layer extrusion blow molding is possible. So now single layer extrusion we are most commonly referring, but you can go for multi-layer extrusion also. So you can have layers inside your bottles. So bottles also will be having 3 layers or 5 layers inside. So that type of application area wherein if some specialized chemical has to be packed or some specialized food item has to be packed inside that bottle, so that properties should be maintained in that case. So there also you can use this multi-layer extrusion blow molding. So you have different materials which are been formed. You can also use this particular blow molding advancement in blow molding in forming this particular sequence or bellows. So bellows are one of the important parts. They may be used in fuel gas system, they may be used in water carrying systems, or in automobile is commonly used in flue gas, which is generated from engine to outside assembly, it has to be transferred. So in that case you can use these bellows. You can have different materials also which can be used. You can use nylon bellows, you can use silicon based bellows also which can be made. So these are all made by sequential blow molding. So you are using sequential walls wherein closes on the system. So you have bellows or different materials which will be passing and then in a proper sequence. Okay, so this is called as sequential blow molding. So you can also use blow molding advancements in terms of 3-dimensional blow molding also. Like you can see the products so critical, they are having different angles, opening is at different angle, you have so much inserts which are added up and all that. So it is very difficult to manufacture this type of product in normal blow molding process. So this can be made by using 3D blow molding process. Okay, it is called as 3-dimensional blow molding. So it will be either your mold is moving in 3 dimension, or your extruder head wherein your material falls inside down. So that material head which will be making that material to fall down will be moving in particular sequence. So that is called as 3D blow molding process. So it can be done either in machine, or it can be done in mold, wherein you can move the mold in 3 dimensions. You can use composite technologies, which are advancements which are happening in composite technologies also. Like nowadays, electrical vehicles are playing a very important role. So before electrical vehicle, we have CNG vehicles which are also coming and being used. So CNG technologies, it has to be stored in particular compressed chamber. So it has to have withstand that pressure. Then slowly after CNG, after electrical, nowadays we have hydrogen vehicles also which will be coming. So in that case also we have to store that particular hydrogen inside a composite tank. So what should be the composite material? What should be the combination? So all this has to be properly thought of. Okay, so this is also important. So composites are also developing in a very faster rate. They may be used in electrical application, in household application, construction. Also composites are now being used in a very big way, because steel has to the rate of steel, or the price of steel has increased to a very high value. So instead of that, you can go for composite bars, composite channels and all that also. Okay, so these are technologies of future, wherein you need to use these composites in a very big way, because one of the major application is windmill blades. So this is also composite technology, your windmill blades. So it is composite material only. So how we can reduce the weight, how it can be lightweight, and how it can withstand 10 to 20 or 50 years of life. So all these points are being discussed and being developed in composite technologies. Okay, so these are all technologies of future in composites. When we say automation, or when we say automated systems, then definitely conveyor system is one of the major area which many times we don't discuss in a big way, but conveyor systems are very important. So it may be single source, multi-dimensional destination. It may be single source, single destination. So there are different conveyor systems which are there, and they play a very major or very important role in our manufacturing setup. Like our plastic setup also, they may play a very important role. So conveyors are used for feeding materials. They are used for removing the finished goods. They are used for feeding some additives if you want to feed. Then they are used for putting your raw materials or storage of finished goods. So conveyor systems are everywhere in our plastic industry or manufacturing industry. So they play a very good role or very important role in our industry. So you have conveyors for putting material, just like we have discussed in the start, wherein injection molded material, raw material is stored in a particular area. You are having pumping system wherein this material will be pumped through pipe channel systems, and then it will be fed inside the machines. Or it may be finished goods. On the left hand side, you can see finished goods which are produced in injection molding. So they are stored and they are removed from the system using a conveyor, and that conveyor goes to a second room wherein there will be people sitting, and they will be separating the material or doing assembly and other things, or packaging also. So these are all conveyor systems which is used in our injection molding setup or extrusion setup. So you have so much of automation which is possible. You can see on right hand side wherein the finished goods are collected, and then they move on a rails. Okay, so the rail will be going to another shop floor wherein they will be separating and putting in assembly. So this is possible using conveyor systems. So conveyor system for material also, you'll be having a particular layout which is possible. So you have a particular silos which are used for storage. There are storage silos. These are steel silos which are available. So you can store hundreds and thousands of tons of material in silos. So this material will be taken up as per the requirement using systems, walls, pipelines, and then it will be sent to the machine as per the requirement. Like these silos are very commonly used in India also. So these silos are used for PVC material handling, for pipe manufacturing plants, for injection molded plants also. These silos are being used. So you can see the steel silos which are available. They have specialized walls where they can store material. They can know the level of the material which is stored inside. The data can be generated. And if it is getting empty, you can get data alert also on your computer. It will say, okay, the silo is empty now. It is 50% empty or 70% empty, and then it has to be refilled. So this also is possible using automated system now. So there are specialized walls which are possible, and they will be giving you data as per the requirement. Okay, so this is also technology which is very commonly used in our manufacturing industries in plastics. So I think this was my last slide. So thank you for my patient listening, my listening. And if any questions are there, you can just ask me.
Thank you, sir. The session is now open for interaction.
Afternoon, sir.
Yeah, tell
Myself,
me.
Priya from CIPET Guwahati. I'm pursuing diploma in plastic technology, sir. So my question is how IoT is useful and beneficial for the polymer industry?
Nee, IoT, that is nothing but Internet of Things. And Internet of Things, there are so many factors or so many points which are coming. Like it may be points in terms of connectivity of your machine to our computer. Suppose now some problem is there with your injection molding machine, and that particular manufacturer says that I am in Germany and your machine is in India. So how I can, I have to come and then I have to repair, means it will be costing very high. So you need to connect my machine to the internet. Okay, so Internet of Things, that is nothing but, so you are connecting your machine to internet, to LAN network or to 5G or 4G network, and then you are giving access of your machine to that particular person who is sitting in foreign country, and from there he is setting your parameters, he is resetting your machine, he may be seeing what parameters you have set or what was the problem which is coming on the machine. So all this he will see, and then he will automatically he may reset from his end, or he may tell you, okay sir, you just close the door, or you inject the material, or you put raw material, this particular raw material, and then you go ahead, like that he may set and he may do. So that type of application area may be one of the example where IoT will be used in our plastic processing. Secondly, suppose I want to manufacture one particular product, and that product to be manufactured needs particular inputs, like what should be the design inputs, what should be the material inputs and all that. So that thinking will be done by 4 or 5 people which are sitting at different corners of the world. Like suppose we were there in Pune, wherein I was understood that Boeing flight air carrier Boeing has one R&D center in Pune, wherein these engineers will be designing material parts, machine parts and all that, Boeing parts, and that designs will be sent to US, and then they will be checked there, and then some changes will be there that will be sent back to Pune and their office here. So all these things, again, internet is important, internet is playing a big role. So that whatever the points they have discussed, then they have to be put into production area, CAD CAM and all that. So this also can be selected or done in using IoTs. Okay, so this also can be one of the example how our IoTs is used in plastic processing or manufacturing or plastic industries.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Kasturi Borreve from CIPET Guwahati. So my question is, which method is more appropriate to make polymer sheets when glass is mixed?
See, glass, again, it depends. Before selecting any material or any process or any combination which you are doing, definitely this particular selection of raw material, selection of properties is very important. So you need to again see which type of application you are developing. Like I may ask you, okay, you are adding glass in a particular material, then what is your application? So you tell me, sir, it is ABS material, I need to use it for electrical application. So then ABS plus PC plus glass, or PC plus ABS plus glass, that type of combinations can be used if you are using it for electrical application. Then if you say me, okay sir, that application is in automobile components, in automobile parts, I need to use glass along with my material. So then I can suggest you, okay, if it is automobile and automobile lightweight, cost effective and all that, so again you can go ahead with PP plus glass filled material. So that type of application. Then how much mixing is possible, which material will be mixing properly with the glass, what are the properties which you require, and what properties you will be getting using this mixture. So all this study has to be made. And if you don't have time for that studies also, then definitely you can refer to material data sheets which are available with manufacturers. Like suppose I am using Dow material, and suppose I am using Dow nylon 6 material with 30% glass field. So they must have done so much of R&D on 30% glass fill material with nylon. And then you can refer the data sheets which are available from their website. You can ask more data also if you require. And that data can be seen, it can be checked, like what will be the temperature which will be withstanding, that material will be withstanding, what should be the, what will be the tensile, what will be the compact forces which will be required. All that properties can be checked. And based on that properties, you can go ahead with that selection of material. So definitely application area is very important here. So you can mix with your material glass, but it has to have proper application area, proper product selection, material selection. Any other question if it is there, or we may stop then?
The question is there, sir.
Sir, I am Parthiv from USTM. Sir, I would like to know about compression molding, little bit in details, especially about hot compression molding and what type of fiber reinforced composite could be made by using this technology.
Okay, so this compression molding which you are asking is a very big branch, definitely. So you need to put input needs to be in a very big way. Secondly, compression molding of composites, if you are asking me, and then if maybe related to other, if it is sheet molding compounds which are there. So definitely you can refer to materials which are available, because a lot of components are being made using sheet molding compounds in composites. What should be the material, what should be the combination, and sheets again as per your requirement, which type of filler or additive which been added in the sheet and all that. So much of data is there, I think. So this time will not be sufficient to discuss all these things, because compression molding again is a big branch, and that to sheet molding compounds will be a big branch. So I think you may contact CIPET. If you are not in CIPET, then you may contact CIPET for a particular course or your inputs, I think. So that will be more helpful to you.
Sir, whether curing is possible by using this technology or not?
Yeah. Without curing, your component will not be formed. No, so you need to have some curing time. You need to add some additives which will be helping in fast curing and all that. So definitely that will be added. So their curing will be there. It will be always there, and it has to be there for a particular time. And that shape also need to be formed. Some particular additives are to be added for that curing purpose. So that all requires additive technologies, which should be important. No, so it is there. It will be there.
Sir, the composite material, the temperature of the composite material and the mold should be same or different for the proper processing?
See, again, you are asking a general question, because particular which material, which mold you are talking. So that is again important. So if you are going for compression molding, it is normal compression molding you are talking, or you are talking about sheet molding compounds?
Sir, normal compression molding.
See, normal compression molding, again, which material you are using and all that. So that has to be considered, no? So we cannot generally tell that this much should be the temperature in the mold, this much should be the material, because it all depends on basically material. So I may ask you which material you are using in compression molding. So you can tell me the name of material, then we may discuss that type of application area. So it is a general question, basically.
So suppose I will take banana fiber and polyester.
So banana fiber and polyester, definitely, then that type of combination, which combination you are using, that particular banana fiber should be also not be given to a very high temperature, so it may degrade also. So that all you have to do on a smaller scale first, a small project or small scale, you have to try out that things. You need to refer some papers wherein if somebody has done on that type of natural fibers plus that particular material additives, then you need to see that type of temperatures have been set properly. And then before going to a machine, then you need to check proper temperatures are maintained or not as per your requirement, and then you may go ahead with manufacturing of that product or sheet. So mainly, I think if you are doing R&D type of activity, then you may be going for sheet manufacturing basically. So sheet manufacturing, again, what thickness you are putting, what should be the layers you are adding material below, or you are mixing premix you are doing outside and then you are putting inside mold. So all these points needs to be covered. And I think yours is a specialized topic. So I think you may discuss in detail with our testing people or the people who are there. So they may, I think, work out for that type of application.
Okay, sir.
Sir, there is another question from Sachin Kumar. What was biodiversity in plastic effect?
What was biodiversity in plastic effect? So I think this question is it's not understood properly, because what was biodiversity? I don't know. So this, I don't know this biodiversity and plastic effect, what he is asking, it is not clear, I think, here.
Yes, sir.
If it is, if I don't know if it is defect which he is talking about is, I don't know, defect if it is there. So I don't know, it is defect, or he wants to know something about material or biodiversity. He maybe he wants to know something about material, plastic plus some organic material or what. I don't know. I don't understand question. So you can ask him to send an email in detail. If you can contact us directly also, we can answer what is his question.
Yes, sir. I will provide the email address. Then he can ask the question. Sir, there is last question from a participant.
Good afternoon, sir. I am the student of CIPET. I am pursuing diploma in plastic mold technology, sir. I have knowledge about polymer, sir. Sir, as you know, sir, polymer used in electronic industry for manufacturing PVC board, antennas, and flexible display. Sir, polymer are insulator in nature. I want to know if we could change this insulating property adding other conductive materials. Do polymer behave semiconductor?
Additives which will be helping in slightly changing that nature. So that additive technology or additive knowledge, I think you need to be okay with. So because basically additives which are helping in that type of application, like infrared applications or Wi-Fi type of applications, or that type of transfer type of application. So I think definitely that additive knowledge has to be taken. So additives, what type of additives will be helping us in that type of application area. So if you study that type of additive, then you can, I think, go ahead with that type of application, which is a specialized application like electronics. You are talking about infrared and all that. So I think you need to have that type of additive technologies knowledge, and then you can go ahead with that system. Because what I've discussed in bulk molding compounds, they may be used in that type of application area wherein small size components have been manufactured, or for electrical or electronics application, this material may be manufactured. So I think you can go ahead with additives. You can check specialized additives with manufacturers, different manufacturers, and then I think you can go ahead with that type of application area also.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for sharing such an informative session focusing on industry 4.0 in plastics and Internet of Things, which is a very emerging area of research, then about the artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, which is one of the latest hot topic in all the areas, then big data, cyber security and connectivity, sustainable mobility, and about the simulation and modeling, and all the process related to the polymer industries, and about the advancements of the automated state-of-the-art systems. We are very much thankful to you, sir, for spending your valuable time with us and sharing such an important, focusing on all the areas related to a very important latest technology domain. And I, on behalf of CIPET CSTS Guwahati, thank you very much for, despite of your busy schedule, sir, offering such a topic on recent development. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Dear participants, now lunch break is there. And at 2:30 p.m. we will meet again. Dr. Smita Mohanty, Principal Scientist, Director and Head of our CIPET Research Center, Advanced Research Center at Odisha, will deliver her talk. Thank you very much. Online participants can be on the same line, or you can rejoin again using the same link we have provided.
ঠিক আছে ম্যাম লাস্ট করব পরে রেডি আছে
Please proceed for the class. Visitas,
I'm going back.
গৰম লাগিছে। ঋষিকেশ, অলপ এচিটো দিব লাগিছিল ন? এচিটো অলপ দিব লাগিছিল। তথাপিতো ইমান গৰম ৰিমোটটো তাতে নাই নেকি? ক'ৰবাত আছে। এতিয়া কাৰেণ্টে নাছিলে ন? নাই। মান করে দিলে বাকি একটা মোবাইলে দিয়ে কৰিবা গৰম লাইন গলে আকৌ হি কৰিব লাগিব বন্ধ হৈ গল মেডামে জয়েন কৰিছে কথা নকবা হা Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. We'll start at 2:30.
Okay, okay, fine.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, shall we start, ma'am?
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah.
Shall we start, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Dr. Smita Mohanty, ma'am. Respected all the participants from different institute, universities, colleges, participants present in the offline mode in the conference room of CIPET CSTS-GUWAHATI. Again, after the lunch break, today we have among us eminent scientist Dr. Smita Mohanty. We are very much thankful to ma'am that ma'am has given consent to present to discuss on polymer topics, especially on recycling. The recent trends, scopes on plastic recycling will be discussed today. We are very much fortunate to have ma'am Mohanty ma'am today among us. Before I request madam for her presentation, I would like to put forward you before a very short introduction. Dr. Smita Mohanty is currently working as Director and Head and Principal Scientist at CIPET School for Advanced Research in Petrochemicals, LARPM, Laboratory for Advanced Research in Petrochemical Materials. Dr. Mohanty's research interests are polymer composites, nanocomposites, especially on recycling of waste management, e-waste management, biopolymers, biocomposites, finding out of natural polymers to replace fossil-based products. Dr. Mohanty has more than 412 publications in international as well as national journals of reputed. She has 9,483 citations, and H index is 49, and I-10 index is 181 till date. Dr. Mohanty is associated with different polymer society and contributed a lot in the field of polymer science and technology, and therefore her contribution in this field are well recognized in terms of many awards, honors, recognitions from Government of India, and she also has Indian patents in her name. Dr. Mohanty and her team's work is especially in the work of addressing the issue of increasing the quantum of plastic waste from various sources, then replacement and finding of green materials, natural resources for petroleum-based feedstocks to reduce the global carbon footprint are very much well recognized. So with this short introduction, I would like to request Dr. Mohanty ma'am to kindly proceed for today's topic. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Deka. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. It is audible, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the team of CIPET Guwahati for organizing this program. And also, I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Deka and his entire team for giving me an opportunity to speak about few of our whatever work we have undertaken, the basics of recycling technologies and other things. So is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. So my slide is basically on recycling of plastics, a path forward towards sustainability and value addition. So I would just speak about what is the basic technology, what we are doing, what are the what is the importance of recycling technology and how it plays a vital role. Now with a few introductory slides, as all of you know, that it's basically the plastics waste recycling. So why plastics are normally called as a versatile material, as everyone knows, because it is lightweight, cost effective and easily available, as well as processability is very easy, corrosion resistant as well as sustainable. Now, if for a layman understanding, if you ask today what is a plastic, they might show you a carry bag, right? But if you see, if you ask a plastic technologist, the plastic applications are manifold. It starts with the transportation sector, automobile sector, to the agriculture sector. Like government is promoting now a lot of things on agriculture sector where plastics play a vital role. How is it? Because starting from your mulching applications to your drip laterals, through your greenhouses, all those things, whatever you find it, those applications also, majority of plastics, they have got applications. Another application which is very important in Indian context, that is packaging. Because today, if you see why plastics are blamed, it is for our comfort we are taking for packaging application. For our comfort, we are discarding those bottles or carry bags or wrappers or any packaging items. So that is why packaging sector plays a very vital role. Apart from that, you have healthcare sector as well. If you see healthcare sector during the COVID, for last 2 years, 2.5 years, all of us are struggling with COVID scenario. COVID phase 1, COVID phase 2, then phase 3. Now wave 4 is also coming. We do not know, we might get locked down at some point of time. We don't know. But if you see practically, the plastic sector has played a major role in healthcare. Your PVC blood bags. Nobody could replace the PVC blood bags with any of the other material. Why? Because of hygienity, safety, and many aspects. Today, you will find all the prosthetics. Our former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, he had a prosthetic like a hip replacement, knee replacement. So those are made out of plastics. Apart from that, the cartridges, the dialysis cartridges, if you find any kind of scaffolds which is required for any kind of tissue engineering applications, plastics play a vital role. Then energy harvesting. What is this energy harvesting? Energy harvesting means when you store when you design a material in such a way that it stores the energy. So in those contexts, if you see all your solar panels, today lot of sleek materials is coming, that is called as your dye sensitized solar cells. So what are those dye sensitized solar cells? These are basically the material which are made out of polymeric membrane system where electrolyte is being immobilized. So that is where also plastics plays a vital role. Now let's go to the per capita plastic consumption. Now if you see in India, we stand at about, this is a 2018-19 report, but the statistics still remains the same. We have only 16 kg per person. But if you compare in US, it is 115 in some of the literatures we find 115 kgs per person. So just imagine, with a meager amount of 16 kg per person, we still have issue of the plastics. Everywhere you are finding the boards say no to plastics. Plastics harm the the aquatic life. All these things they harm. Now, what is the consumption of plastics? If you look at the consumption of plastics, if you see, there is a exponential rise, you can say. We started during 1996, it was only 61,000 tons. So now it is 178 lakh tons. So just imagine the consumption of plastics in 2017. If we compare how it has risen, there is an exponential rise in the consumption of plastics in India, and per year. Every year there is an increased consumption of plastics. Now let's see what is the sector-wise consumption. Now, as all of us know, practically we divide the plastics into two different categories. One is your thermoset material, other one is your thermoplastic material. As all of us know, thermoplastics again is classified into different categories. You have engineering thermoplastics, you have commodity range of thermoplastics. Now, this thermoplastic range of materials, their consumption is very high. If you compare, if you see the 1920 report, around 18,910 kilotons KT of material consumption is there in case of your thermoplastics, which is 1090 kiloton in case of your thermosets, like all your epoxy, phenol formaldehyde, urethane, unsaturated polyesters, they fall under the category of your thermosets. Now let's see what is that thermoplastic consumption, why it is rising so much. Now if you look at here at the bottom of my slide, I have classified into different categories. Like you have flexible packaging, which falls 42%. What is that flexible packaging? Today, whatever you find it, like for example, you have your carry bags, you have your any biscuit wrapper or Maggi wrapper, chips wrapper, atta packaging, all these are made out of your flexible packaging. Then you have rigid packaging, which amounts to about 17%. You have household items, that is 7%. Building and construction. You might ask, what is that building and construction? How it plays a vital role? Today, all the acoustic panels, your false ceiling components, all these are made out of plastic. So that accounts to about 13%. Agriculture to the tune of 9%, which is going to grow, expand at a very high level. Electrical and electronics, 2%. Automotive. Now, entire automotive, whether it is trim, interior trims, or it is bumper or underhood components or anything, today you'll find maximum of the parts are being substituted by plastics. Why? Because we want fuel efficient vehicles, we want lighter vehicles. So the lighter it is, the fuel efficiency increases. So that is how automotive also plays a vital role. Around 3% other miscellaneous. If you see, so the packaging sector is growing at the rate of 22 to 25% per annum. Now let's see what is the status of Indian plastic industry. We have two different sectors. First one is your upstream structure, the upstream sector, that is your manufacturing of your polymers. So in India today we have very big giants, like we have Reliance, we have HPL, we have BPCL, we have HMEL. All these crackers and refineries, they produce the upstream sector, that is manufacturing of your polymers, which is essentially your polyolefins like PP, PE, polystyrene, all these materials. Downstream structure where we stand, that is conversion of the polymers to the plastic articles. Any kind of plastic articles which is being found today, whether it is in the form of packaging or it is in the form of agriculture or in the form of automotive, you notice it in the downstream sector. So this is the entire classification of plastic industry, which you find it in Indian counterpart in India. What are the product demand growth drivers? If I look at the product demand, I basically classify into 4 different categories. First one is your agriculture sector, then you have your infrastructure sector, you have a packaging sector, and other growth areas like your industrial rigid packaging, automotive appliances, medical and personal care. So these are the sectorial growth areas or the growth demand you find it. Then let's have a look at what is the status of waste management. So out of the total plastic, we have 79% it gets into land, water, ocean, and it pollutes the environment. So today's theory is that around near about 79% is in the land, in the water, or in the ocean. So overall, they are harming the environment. Now, out of that, what you find, 9% of the total plastic gets globally recycled. So if I take a global scenario, if you compare the vis-a-vis your advanced countries or developed countries, only 9% of the total plastics produced gets recycled. 12% is incinerated. Incinerated means you burn it. When you burn it, that energy which is recovered is being utilized for other aspects. Now, if I look at 47%, world produces around 4 million tons of single-use plastics waste annually. 47% of the total plastic waste, it enters, it is being recycled. And in India, if you see, if I compare in Indian point of view, in India, we have a better scenario or a better statistics. That means 60% is recycled, 40% remains escapes into the environment. So what is that? Let's check. So the major plastic waste which you have, it constitutes of packaging, constitutes of 4 different categories. So what are those plastics waste you come across? You have a packaging waste, you have a electronic waste, you have a biomedical waste, you have a auto waste. So when you compare the different categories of waste, they are basically classified into 4 different categories. Predominantly packaging, then electronic waste, then biomedical waste, then auto waste. Now, I have just listed out what are the top plastic waste producing states of India. So based on population, you can say, based on the strategic location, you can say, based on the income generation, you can say, the life and the urbanization. So the ultimate is your optimum, you get maximum quantity in Maharashtra, followed by Gujarat, followed by Tamil Nadu, then your UP, and then your Karnataka. Now, what are the problems which relating to the plastic waste in India? What are the challenges you face? First challenge is that we have a very small skilled units. We don't have much high valued skilled units. Automation is not possible. Very low value with low incentive to collect. There is no awareness, littering, non-segregation at the source. There is very high cost of collection and transportation. Manual processes lacks automation. There is no comprehensive and consistent policy, as well as challenges in implementation. Now, let me just tell you one important vital point. Today, how we collect our waste. The plastic waste which is being generated in the state, in your house, what you do, you put it in the garbage box, in the garbage bag, bin, you put everything. It goes your food waste, your entire vegetable waste, your paper, any kind of items you get like your broken, bulbs or any kind of items, that also we dispose it. So what is the major problem in India? The major problem in India is that we don't have any single source collection. That means source segregation is not there. Although in the airports you will find there will be a wet waste, there will be a dry waste. You honestly tell me how many of us as a citizen of the country follow the principles? We don't follow. We eat in a plate and the same plate we discard it in one. Food waste together with your plastic waste enters into one bin. We dispose of into a single bin. So that is how what happens is that source segregation is absent. So that is why huge labor cost is required to segregate the waste. We need a huge amount of labor. We need huge amount of cost so that the source segregation, so that the segregation happens. Now, after segregation, what happens? Again, there is no automation. We do not know which kind of polymer enters into which stream. So that is where getting the recycled products having a better value proposition becomes very difficult. Okay, now let's go to the next slide. What is the scenario in waste management scenario in India? So in India, 25,940 tons per day of estimated plastic waste generation in India, it happens, out of which 60% is collected. That amounts to around 15,384 tons per day, which is collected and which is recycled. 40% is a challenge because 10,556 tons per day is uncollected and littered. So whatever you see in your tourist spots, near the beaches, near the roads, or anywhere, you see lot of plastic litter is being found. Because what we say, whatever is visible or whatever is evident, we look, whatever we see, that comes to our mind. Oh, everywhere there is a plastic. That is the feeling we get. Everywhere there is a plastic waste, because we don't have the proper collection mechanism. Now, if I take the total municipal solid waste, it amounts to about 6.92%. Now, let's see what happens. What is the major plastic packaging waste which constitutes of the major plastic waste in India? How it happens? Let's go by that. So, plastic recycling rate, we have seen that it is 60%. It is highest. We are in a better position as compared to US and other advanced countries. But still, why is it so that plastics are being blamed in the country? Because we do not have a system of managing. We do not have a proper waste management drive. Now let's see. Plastic recycling rate is 60%. Out of this 60%, 90% is your PET. So you might have seen that what exactly happens when you visit a tourist spot or a beach. You will find a rag picker boy or a girl or any rag pickers, they will collect the plastic bottles. Why they collect the plastic bottles? No rag picker will reach out for a small tiny chocolate wrapper, or if you leave a chips packet, they will not collect. They essentially collect your 90% collection is only the PET. What is that? Because they get incentive out of it, right? They get maximum incentive out of it. And today, the success story of recycling, it goes to PET recycling, because maximum of shoes, your jeans, your apparel, sports apparels, they are produced from these PET bottles, right? And PET composition 10%. Non-PET recycling rate is 55 to 60%. So what are the solutions which is required? Chips and confectionery bags were multi-layered. I mean, all categories of your multi-layered packaging materials. Still, the solution is still, we need to get a proper solution. How to recycle them? In what way we can amicably recycle? Then your garbage bag, food bag, one-time use sachets, entire sanitary waste, diapers, etc. We find very difficult to recycle them. Now let's see, go to the next slide. That is why there is a rising plastic waste and there is a need for recycling. And moreover, in India, we follow a linear economic model. Now you might have heard the terminology called as circular economy. So what is that? Circular economy means what happens? Whatever you produce, you design the material in such a way so that the end of life is being defined. So that is called as your circular economy. But in India, so far we follow a linear economic model. That means we take the material, raw material, we make it, we consume it, we dispose it as it is in the landfill. We do not know what is the end of life option for this kind of material. So that is where we lack. Now, so what is the recycling process and the techniques which is avoided, which is adopted in the country? As I have shared, first is the collection. Then because we don't have a source segregation, we have to follow another step, that is sorting. That means if we have a proper source segregation, so automatically what happens, this sorting is ruled out. But still here we have to sort it. Then we go for shredding it, we go for cleaning it, melting it, and then reusing it. So these are the mechanism which we follow in case of in our country for recycling process. Now let's see the next one, the current plastic packaging recycling which happens in the country. In US, if I compare the recycling rates with vis-a-vis other countries, in US overall 25%, you can say, out of that 25%, 9.5% only is recycled. 15% goes for energy recovery, 75% is landfill. In European, what you see, overall recovery ratio is 69%. In China, it is 22%. In India, it is 60%. So you may say that India is in a much better position as compared to other countries. Yes, we are in a better form, but still, if you see, plastics are everywhere. You do not find in the Western countries, even you go to China, you do not find such a dirty, environment where everywhere everything is littered, and end of the day it is being incinerated, or you just lit it and burn it, something happens. So why we, although we have a better recycling rate, but what happens is that because our recycling sector only thrives on the informal sector, we only depend on the safai karmacharis, we only depend on the rag pickers for this recycling economy, and we do not have any policy of incentivization and other aspects. Now let's see one more waste. So whatever I was talking is essentially of the packaging waste, because that is what predominantly you notice. But after that, there are also other waste which contributes to the waste stream also. So what are those sources? Like for example, you have electronic waste generation. That means we call it as waste electrical and electronic equipment. What is that waste electronic and electrical equipments? That means you take the example of mobile phones or your computers. So cell phones, everyone knows after 2 years, longevity after 2 years. After 2 years, we may discard the cell phone and buy a new one. But have you ever thought of what happens to your old phone? Whether it is discarded properly, disposed of properly, or what happens? So all your sources of e-waste is essentially your IT and telecom equipments, your entire large and small household appliances, consumer and lighting equipments, electrical and electronic tools, medical devices, sports and toys equipments. So all these equipments, after their end of life, where it goes, it becomes a waste. And remember one thing, plastics contributes to 33 to 40% of the electronic waste. So majority of the electronic waste, whatever you find, whether it is a television set, whether it is a remote control, or it is a mobile phone, or it is a refrigerator, as you can see, the major component is your plastics. The major structural component in today's scenario are plastics. So that after the end use or after the end of life, where it goes, it is being declared as a waste. Now let me tell you what happens. Plastics in electronic waste in India. Let's see what are the different categories of plastics you come across. As you can see in the right hand side of my slide, composition of all the plastic waste, plastics in electronic waste. We have PC, polycarbonate, polycarbonate ABS blends, we have HIPS, we have ABS, we have polyamides, PBT, PVC, etc. So these are the predominant plastic waste which you find in case of electronic waste. What happens to these waste? Remember one thing, this waste is nothing but it's a value potential. It has got some value because these are high performance, engineering waste. So all these waste, it needs to be allocated or value added for some other material applications. Now let's go to the next slide. That is your biomedical waste generation in India. What is that biomedical waste? That means when you go, if you see in hospitals, majority of plastic items are being used in hospitals. Hospitals, you might have noticed, in majority of hospitals you will find different bin system: red bin, blue bin, green bin and yellow bin. There are 4 bins which are there. In all the bins you will find different categories of waste. Now today's scenario is that more than 500 tons per day of biomedical waste is generated in 1,69,913 healthcare facilities in India. And India generates around 4.5 lakh kg biomedical waste a day. So just imagine the quantity or the quantum of waste which is being generated. So what we do normally, how do we treat these biomedical waste? Now these biomedical waste are normally treated, what we do, we burn it, incinerate it, because this was the method of choice. But now government has come out with a policy. What happens? The only method for, still it is the only method for human tissues or body parts. So whenever you are discarding or whenever you are disposing of the organs or tissues or any kind of body parts you are disposing of, that needs to be only burnt out, or that needs to be only incinerated, autoclaving or your steam treatment. So once it is treated, the waste will be again discarded in solid waste landfills. In the landfills, it has to be discarded. Microwaving technique. This is a new fundamental which has come, which here also in CIPET we are also following this. High powered microwave. We are treating the plastics which are generated in the hospitals, especially your saline bottles, blood bags, cubes, your tubes, then your syringes, cannulas, etc. Those things, what we do, we treat them chemically, then followed by the treatment with your microwaves. Once it is treated with your microwaves, we go for a amicable recycling technology. Then chemical treatment. What is that? Some of the biomedical waste, but mostly the chemical waste. It is chemically treatment. Then enzymatic treatment. There is one more method which is being practiced, in the advanced country. They add some enzymes into the waste so that it, at the end of the day, it is free from any kind of pathogens or any kind of disinfection procedure takes place. But still that is under research stage and experimental analysis is being followed. Now the last part of your waste is your auto waste. What is that auto waste generation in India? Now if you see, I have just shown what are the categories of auto waste. If you see, all your bumper component, interior trim panels, then your shields, consoles, trays, all these are made out of your plastic items. You can say it is either ABS based plastics, or it is PP with a filler, PP EPDM based blends, any kind of material which is being currently used. Or nowadays PP natural fiber composites have also come. Now, so what happens, as you can see here, in India, the growth rate is to the tune of 7.64% per year. Year on year, there is a growth rate. Now, what happens? So 10 to 12% per annum, there is a growth rate in our country. Total cars, if you compare in Europe, in US, the total number of cars scrapped. When you scrap a car, it's around 12 to 15 million. That means average, out of that, average is 12 years you run a car, or 12 years you operate it. Then post 12 years, it is decided for an end of life. In India, whereas the longevity is more. We are Indians, so what we do, we try to manage it for several years. So that calculation has been taken maximum up to 15 years. Now, so approximately 3 to 4 million cars are being scrapped every year. So there is a growth rate of auto waste to the tune of 10 to 12%. And let me tell you, these are also very high valued plastics, and they can be also amicably used for different categories or different sectors for many applications as such. Now, let's go to the most important or valued topic, that is called as your single-use plastic products. So what are these single-use plastic products? Why I am telling, whether when your topic is recycling, why we are focusing on so many things? Because when you want to go for recycling, the first thing is that you need to understand the waste generation concept. Where from the waste is coming, what are the different categories of waste, and what is the ways and means of getting out, I mean, for end of life disposal of these waste and recycling, or any methodology whether you are following or not. Now let's come to single-use plastic products. So what are these? All your entire plastic carry bags for vegetables, groceries, food parcel services, etc., which are they are called as your single-use plastics. Single means one-time use. So whatever one-time use, whether it is your grocery carry bags or anything, those are nothing but your items which are used for single purpose or single use, just for one-time use. Now these are highly sustainable, difficult to degrade, tend to remain in the environment for decades. So what happens when you throw it? Today, whatever you are noticing in the waste stream, in the roads, in the hospitals, in any of the things, plastics are blamed. As I am showing in the right hand side of my slide, it is all your single-use plastic products. So why there is a concern in this single-use plastic products? Because what happens after you throw them in a land, the land-based resources, it migrates into the oceans or your marine food chain. It chokes the animals and birds to death, and it pollutes the ocean and environment. So this is where you see. See, look at the life cycle of the materials. That means especially the single-use plastic products. Just have a look. A plastic bag can sustain for 20 years. If you see a coffee cup, it sustains for about 30 years. Your plastic straw for around 200 years. Plastic water bottle for around 450 years. Coffee pod, 500 years. Plastic cup, 450 years. Six-pack rings, 400 years. Diapers, 500 years. Toothbrush, 500 years. So just imagine what is the durability of these kind of material. If I compare it with other materials, for examples, vegetables, 5 days to a month, paper, 2 to 5 months. When you have a cotton t-shirt, 6 months. Your orange peel, it is 6 months. All your tree leaves, 1 year. Woolen socks, 1 to 5 years. When you have a plastic coated milk carton, imagine a milk carton or your Tetra Pak, which we normally call it. In that, it has got a thin layer of plastic. So once you add it, durability again goes up 5 years. Leather shoes, 25 to 40 years. If you have a nylon fabric, it is 30 to 40 years. Tin can, that means all your Coca-Cola or any tin can, 50 to 100 years. Aluminum cans, 80 to 100 years. Glass bottle, forever. You do not know. You know, glass is silica. Even if you dispose it off, then it can go with the sand as such. Then styrofoam cup, 500 years to forever. We do not know whether it can be amicably assimilated in the environment or not. So far studies are on. So this is the longevity or the life cycle of these SUPs, or you can say the single-use plastic products. That is why there is a problem in managing the waste. Let's go to the next slide. Now, so single-use plastic definition. Earlier, in 2018, India was a host for World Environment Day. So during that period, our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, declared that these single-use plastics needs to be banned by 2022. So now we are with a concrete decision that yes, single-use plastic needs to be banned because they are problematic to the environment. So what is being, but currently, earlier, India adopted the definition of UNEP, UK and EU. It was a combination of the definition, but now MOEF has come up with a very, very concrete definition of these kind of plastics, single-use plastic products. So what we call that? So they are when you use it and throw it, and are commonly used for plastic packaging and include items intended to be used only once before they are thrown away or recycled. So there is a clause, either you throw away or you recycle it. So government has now defined that yes, you go for a recycling of these kind of single-use plastic items. And these items includes your carry bags, food packaging, bottles, straws, containers, cups and cutlery. So these are the items normally you find it in a waste stream, or normally if you are moving across or strolling across, going somewhere across the road, in the roadside, you'll find these items which create problem for the environment. Now let's go to a categorization. This is a study we have done. It is by CIPET, we had done a study on single-use plastic categorization. What we did, this is a very interesting slide. As you can see here, what we have done, we took around the single-use plastics, around 80 items we took it. Many items, starting from your food packaging to your health care, all the single-use items we had taken into consideration. So what we have done, 5 factors we have categorized into 2 categories. One is 5 factors for utility. That is hygiene, product safety, essentiality, social impact, and economic impact. So what is that? First is that what we do, for example, I will take the example of a blood bag or syringes, or take the example of a saline bottle. So in those categories, what we find, what we observed, you are taking a blood bag or a tubing or medical tubing. Why you are taking? Because it is hygiene. The product is absolutely safe. It has got some essentiality, and then social and economic impact is also there. So that is why these 5 factors were considered for deciding whether this can be discarded, whether this can be banned, or it has to be kept on hold. So these are the basis of utility. You just cannot ignore them. You cannot use instead of your PVC blood bags, you cannot use any other material, because that is the material of choice and you just cannot go without it. For example, you have dialysis cartridges. Dialysis cartridges also constitute of plastics. So you do not have any alternate material, because toxicity is there, the inert is there, essentiality is there, hygienity is there. So those factors were considered. Now let's see the other factor. Other factors for environmental impact, that is collectability, recyclability, end of life solution possibility, environmental impact of alternate materials, and littering propensity. For example, I'll take the classical example of a shampoo sachet or a small chocolate wrapper. What happens if you take that? That is such a tiny thing that the rag picker will never feel like picking it up. He will never go for any recycling mechanism. He will never collect it. So what will happen? Wherever you see the litter, you will find a shampoo sachet. For a common man, you'll find a a chocolate wrapper, because nobody collects it. So these will have some kind of adverse environmental impact. So they were categorized as your environmentally problematic plastics. So accordingly, we drew a simulation curve based on utility vis-a-vis your adverse environmental impact. Now, let's go to the categories which are adversely affect the environment. That is your thin carry bags, because below 50 microns, what happens? The carry bag is so thin that it is littered everywhere. Then you have small wrapping, packing films, the cutlery, that is foamed cups, bowls, plates, laminated bowls and plates which are non-foamed, cigarette butts, small plastic bottles below 200 ml, your entire roadside banners, expanded polystyrene, that means you use it for decoration purpose, all your EPS items, the foams are being used for decoration purpose, earbuds, your straws, non-woven carry bags. So these are the items we classified that yes, there are plastics which plays a vital role for us, but at the same time, there are plastics which also has adverse environmental impact. So why not reduce the usage of these plastics or find out some solution? I mean, go for alternative sources or go for a recycling mechanism. So let's see. According to that, the plastic new waste management, new rules have come into picture. So according to that, CPCB report, around 3.4 million metric tons of plastic waste is generated in India annually, and two primary ways to manage the plastic waste. What are those? Either you go for a reprocessing or recycling, otherwise go for incineration. That means straight away. For example, we suggest all your sanitary diapers, all your infectious things. For example, biomedical also, you get a lot of infectious things. Those infectious things, instead of following a practice of recycling technology, better you incinerate it so that there will be no virus spread, there will be no impact on the environment. So what are the targets for sustainable development goals? What are these targets? End of the day, what you need? Good health and well-being, a clean water and sanitation. You need sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption. One point needs to be decided. That means wherever it is a utility, wherever you really require the plastics, use it. Wherever you have alternates, please go for the alternates, because at the end of the day, responsibility should be there, consumption as well as production. Now you might have heard a terminology called as extended producer responsibility. So what is that? That means if today I am producing Maggie, right? Nestle is producing Maggie. So Maggie packets, you'll find the packets which is being disposed of after the Maggie noodles is consumed, the responsibility lies on the shoulder of the producer, how to dispose it off or how to collect it from the waste stream and then go for recycling it. So that is what government has come up with a new policy. Life below water, that means aquatic life. So remember one thing, plastics are never bad. The people, we are using it, we are only blaming it. Why? Because we do not know how to effectively use it and throw it, how to go for end of life disposal mechanism. Okay, so what happens? Plastic from the land-based resources, they migrate into oceans. Now in oceans, why it is being told that they choke the aquatic life, fishes are getting choked. Many articles you might have read that once somebody is trying to open the fish and inside the fish lot of plastics are present. So what is the what inference or the remarks you get it? So in those conditions, it is we the human beings, we are responsible for management of these plastics waste. Because of us, the land-based resources, it migrates into the oceans. Now, why are animals getting choked? Because end of the day, the plastic acts as a substrate for different chemicals. So that is where, it becomes poison. Now, so status of waste management, this you might have seen everywhere. It is being floated across the country that from July 2022, some of these items are banned. Some of them are already banned and some of them they are going to be banned. For example, your plastic sticks, like that is your earbuds, your balloons, your plastic flags, your candy sticks, ice cream sticks, entire expanded polystyrene thermocol which you use for decoration material. Similarly, from 1st July 2022, you will not find a single cutlery in the market. Forks, spoons, knives, straws, tires, etc. Entire wrapping packing films, sweet boxes, invitation cards, cigarette packets, it is not available. Straws and stirrers, not available. Roadside banners. Earlier, we were using PVC banners everywhere. Hoardings were made out of PVC banner. Now it has been stopped. Why it is stopped? Because we do not know how to recycle it. Because we do not know how to dispose it of, what is the end of life option. So this is the status. And then The rules also classify the plastics into 4 different categories. What are the 4 different categories? The rigid packaging materials. So category 1 is your rigid packaging. What is that rigid packaging? The best example is your cup of noodles. That is your rigid packaging, because we have several materials based out of cup of noodles, which is a rigid fixed packaging, rigid packaging material. Category 2 will include flexible packaging of single layer or multi-layer, more than one layer with different types of plastics. For example, plastic sheets, covers made of plastic sheets, carry bags, sachet or pouches. Then you have category 3, which includes again multi-layered plastic, at least one layer of plastic and one layer of material other than plastic. That means again it is a multi-layer packaging. You have, let us say, Tetra Pak. You have one layer of coating, polymer coating, you have a paper, then again another layer of polymer coating, that you call it as a multi-layer. Or let us take the example of a, you have a metallized coating. For example, in the case of your kurkure packaging or Lay's packaging, chips packaging, any food items or perishable good packaging, we have a layer of aluminum coated over it. Why? Because metallized coating is being given so that the item remains intact, right? Then category 4 covers the plastic sheet as well as used for carry bags made up of compostable plastics. Now there is one more packaging item which comes, that is made out of your compostable plastics. Let's go. What are the next challenges you face? So innovative and collaborative approach to address these challenges systematically. How do you do that? First is go for campaigning it. First you have to educate the mindsets of people. Please prevent and reduce or recycle. That means, see, wherever prevention is required, prevent it. Wherever it is not required, don't prevent it. But at the end of the day, you should see how the material recovery is 100%. Whether you are going for co-processing, whether you are going for recycling or energy recovery, whatever procedure you follow. So those things, those category awareness needs to be there. A public should understand how well to manage the waste, how to minimize the waste and maximize the waste value through circular economy approach. That means whatever waste we produce, we must understand at the end of the life how it is going to reproduce. So minimize through regulatory intervention and landfill taxation. Now addressing the challenges systematically. Now you might have heard that now the carry bags, they have increased the thickness to 120 microns. You must be surprised. Why 120 microns? It is very thick. Because what will happen when you had 50 micron thickness carry bags, what happens after a single use, it was getting torn. There was littered tidbit pieces everywhere. So it becomes very difficult to collect. So end of the day, if you have a 120 micron carry bag, ease of collection is there. Contamination at the end of the day is prevented. That means what happens when you have easiest way of collecting it, the contamination at the end of the day also is prevented because it is not torn. It doesn't tear off. You can collect it easily and amicably, and end of the day you can go for a value proposition or recycling it in a proper way. So these are the advantages. You are going to get the thickness of the carry bags is increased from 50 to 75 microns from 30th September 2021, and now it is going to get to 120 microns with effective from 31st December 2022. So what are the economic aspects of recycling in India? Those things we need to understand. First is financial benefits. That means make money through selling recyclables. Today, e-waste granules, it constitutes of your PC, ABS and multitude of engineering materials. Do you know what is the cost of this? If I sell these granules to the Western countries, then I earn a lot of money. Because recycled granules, these are absolutely virgin materials. They can be used for many kind of applications. Saves energy because recycled materials, they have lesser energy consumption. Resource conservation is there because proper utilization of plastic leads to lesser production demand. Builds community. That means people work together, they communicate together, they support each other, and that is how community building approach is there. And end of the day, most vital aspect, that is job creation is also there. So this sector is ripe with work opportunity for middle class people and those with limited education. So green jobs are essential for our economy. So this is what we need to understand, that recycling also creates a lot of job responsibility or job creation is also there. Value addition of recycled plastic packaging material in India. This is another very interesting slide. As you can see here, already we have a jugaad mechanism in the country. We know that plastic materials, I mean all the waste in the informal sector, it has got recycling capability. All your entire PET bottles today is being converted to apparels. Whatever you see, your Adidas, Nike, Puma, majority of your shoes, lightweight shoes, are made out of your recycled PE today, recycled PET today. Milk pouches is being converted to your Barsati film. All your entire oven sacks, plastic oven sacks to Nivar Patti. Battery cases to luggage. Plastic carry bags to mats. Then you have PVC pipes to shoes. So this is what you find it in the informal sector. So what we need to do here is that we need to scientifically validate it. We need to go for production of better materials, recovery of better recycled materials, so that at the end of the day, there is some value proposition of these recycled grades of materials. Now let's see what are the other unconventional solutions, or we have the hidden opportunities. Now plastic waste is being used as a binder in road construction. That means plastics have got a very important good binding properties. It improves the performance of the road, minimizes the moisture absorption, improves the impact, abrasion and crushing value, and at the same time you see it's a safe disposal for waste plastics. But remember one thing, only 8% of the plastics is being used in the road construction material, and the plastics which has got a very high carbon content. That means entire your polyolefins, your PP, PE, HDP, LDP, LLDP, this has got a potential for use as a waste in binder application, but not your PET. You cannot use PET, you cannot use nylon. These are polar plastics, they cannot be used for binder applications. So 8% of bitumen is being replaced with plastics. They act as a binder. Then let's see what are the other unconventional opportunities. Waste plastic is also used as a hidden fuel. That means if you compare million BTU per 1000 lbs, coal has 12.5, but if I compare with HDP, it is 23.4, almost double. So polyolefins can generate energy twice as much as that of coal, and so it can be amicably used as a source energy or a hidden fuel in cement kilns. Currently, if you see, the Indian cement capacity is 378 million metric tons per annum in India, which consumes 54 million metric tons of coal. 5% of usage can contribute to about 5.2 million metric tons of plastic waste, which is more than the waste generated. So we have got the hidden potential. We know how it can be used. Only thing we have to segregate, we have to channelize. We need to see how amicably it can be used. Now let's see what are the alternatives to the single-use plastic products. Now there is one thing which I told you is a compostable polymers. What are these compostable polymers? This is a very important thing, because when you are entering into recycled materials or recycling technology, the first instant you'll get a terminology called as your compostable biopolymers. So these are nothing but the biodegradable plastics which are derived from renewable mass sources like corn, sugarcane, starch, etc. So these are the majority, and these are nothing but what, once you dispose these kind of plastics, it is usually converted into carbon dioxide, mass and biomass, water and biomass. Now, if you go by the classification, here also recycling also plays a major role. How? Because this biopolymers, it is classified into many categories. One is your renewable resource. You might have heard polylactic acid, cellulosic plastics, starch-based plastics. Then you have microbial synthesized. You have your polyhydroxybutyrate, polyhydroxyadipate, adipate butyrate covalent. These are called as your microbial synthesized. Then you have petro based. You have a very common material now which is being predominantly sold in the market, that is PBAT. PBAT, polybutylene adipate co-terephthalate. So those are nothing but petro-based synthetic biopolymer. Similarly, you have mixed biosources like you have bio-based epoxy, you have Sorona, that is PTT, polytrimethylene terephthalate, you have bio-based polyurethane. So these are the classification of your biopolymers. Now, there is another difference which you call it, that is your compostability vis-a-vis your biodegradability. What is the aspect? Now remember one thing, compostability is human made. That means you are creating an environment where you allow the microorganisms to grow and then eat up or assimilate your plastic, your compostable plastics. Biodegradability, whereas it's a natural phenomena. That means which is nothing but organic matter which is broken down naturally by bacteria or fungi. Again, biodegradability, it proceeds via two different mechanisms. Like you have two different stages. One is biodeterioration, other one is your assimilation. So this is the broader difference. And again, types of biodegradation, you have two different types of biodegradation. One is your aerobic biodegradation, other one is your anaerobic biodegradation. As the name suggests, aerobic means anything which is in the presence of oxygen. So end of the day, what you generate a biomass, you generate carbon dioxide, you generate water. Anaerobic means, that means when it is in the absence of oxygen. So you generate the residue, your biomass, methane, carbon dioxide and water. That is your byproduct which you generated. Now let's go to another terminology which you come across, that is your photodegradation. What is photodegradation? So anything with the action of light is called as your photodegradation. Photo means photons, whether it is a visible radiation or infrared radiation or UV radiation. When it falls on any kind of substrates or polymers, what happens? It undergoes deterioration. For example, you have, take the example of scrubbers which are made out of washing your dishes. You find the nylon scrubbers or your nylon scrubs, when you leave it in the outside environment, it becomes brittle. So that is nothing but your photo degradation. Now I have already shared what is your aerobic biodegradation. I'm not going into the details. What are the standards which are available for aerobic and anaerobic biodegradation of materials? In plastic waste management rule, you will find 9 different standards which I have listed it. Like you have 14851, 5852, 853, 855. Then you have anaerobic degradation as well. So there are different standardization mechanisms which is available in the country to test the biodegradability of the materials. Now, what is the general information of about this bioplastic market? Why I am talking about bioplastic? Because when you go to the recycling, few plastics which cannot be recycled. For example, your multi-layered items, it cannot be recycled. You are trying to discard your cutleries or any other materials which are there in the market, you want to discard it because these are single use throwaway items. Once you use it once time and then once and then throw it, it again has a piles up as a waste. So you have to use some alternate materials which once you leave it in the environment, it deteriorates on its own, it degrades on its own, and you do not have to lift it and go for any other end of life disposal mechanism. So among that, these bioplastics, they play a vital role. Let's see what is the everyday usage where these single-use plastic products are a major threat to environment, and these bioplastics can continue as a share. For example, your disposable tableware, your entire bio waste bags, carrier bags, your rigid packaging, flexible packaging. So those kind of items which is used as a single-use plastic product, and currently government is banning that. So those kind of items can be substituted, amicably substituted with these kind of plastics. Let's see other plastic cutlery which is going to get banned shortly by July 2022. You can very well, now India is already having some of the cutlery items that is called as your recycled cutlery by Papco Greenware, where it is agriculture waste food cutleries for packaging. Then you have biodegradable and compostable cutlery, that is your shunya, handmade by Delhi artisans. It constitutes of birchwood fiber, sugarcane fiber based compostable cutleries. Then you have your edible cutlery, which is nothing but you eat it along with the with the ice cream or whatever, you eat it or compost it. It is a jawar atta type jawar made spoon. So these are some of the alternatives you come across. Now let's go to the global developments. What are the global developments where these recycled materials can be used? For example, you have a paper bottles. Now your entire shampoo bottles and other containers, they are being substituted by cardboard. If you go to a leading packaging company, Uflex, in the northern part of the country, now they are coming out with maximum number of cardboard packaging items for your shampoo, face wash and other things. Why they are coming? Because that is amicably recycled, or once you go for disposing it, it can be amicably end of life options, you get it. So paper bottles, you'll find Diageo has come up with some paper bottles, Pulpix, Unilever. You can find bottles which is sprayed inside with a proprietary coating that repels water. So water repellent bottles, you can find it. ITC. Recently, ITC has come up with a biodegradable coating with enhanced barrier properties for paper-based packaging. Then you have L'Oreal. L'Oreal cardboard tube reduces the plastic packaging usage by 45%. Then you have Stora Enso, wherein you have a barrier-coated, grease-resistant paperboard tube which uses 75% less plastic. Paperboard toppers, like you have your your Coca-Cola has come up with a shrink or a stretch film for holding the cans together. Dell has partly replaced the EPS. The earlier the thermocols were being used for packaging material. That means all your expanded polystyrene was used as a packaging material. Now Dell has completely replaced with bamboo, wheat straw or cardboard based packaging. They have used it. Similarly, the personal care products like your toothbrushes and other things have been replaced with bamboo fibers. Then you have plates and bowls, which normally you will find it in our country. It is very famous because all the leaves we normally use it for as paper, as plates and bowls. It is already there, but now you see Leaf Republic Munich, they work with a subsidiary unit in India. With India, they have got a collaborative branch wherein all your plates and bowls made of leaves are being substituted. Leaves are stitched with a natural thread and they're pressed with a layer of paper. Similarly, Pinatex Leather London, an innovative new material made from pineapple based leaf fiber that has come out. Then bamboo straws. This is already there in Karnataka 2 years before. All the straws are replaced with paper based straws. But with the paper based straws, now tendency has come with the bamboo based straws because that has got more value potential and then it can easily degrade in the environment. Then molded fiber, high potential is there using this kind of agricultural waste. Then apart from that, as you might have noticed that there are a lot of fruits, which is fruits and vegetables which are being imported from abroad. You'll find it in the supermarkets and other things. That is appeal, a coating that mimics the fruit skin. It is being provided. Similarly, casein. Casein is nothing but a milk protein which is extracted and it is converted to threads by Q Milk Fabric Germany, or Lactix Frank into a lactin casein based packaging. So these are some of the alternative items which has come up. KFC has come up with a wafer paper which is made out of rice paper to wrap burgers. You can eat it simultaneously. Similarly, cutleries I have already shown. Bakis India has come up. Cup of Tea Bulgaria has come up with a waffle cup that holds the coffee for 40 minutes. Hot beverages can be stored at 85 degrees centigrade. So these are some of the alternatives which are available in India. And tomorrow, I think after the ban, it will continue to act as that way. Now, this is another interesting thing which you will find it, that the entire composite market, whether it is a automotive composite or Durasense in Sweden, whatever you notice, for, lot of packaging items are replaced with polypropylene based natural fiber composites. Today also with Maruti, you will find the storage trays in the cars are being, in the back, whatever you find it, those are replaced, substituted with natural fiber based composite systems. So these are nothing but some of the substitution recycled polypropylene with natural fiber composites. These are being replaced widely. So these are some of the things which you notice it worldwide. And I'll just tell you whatever initiative we have done in plastic recycling and its alternatives. For example, we are every time we organize awareness programs in schools like street play on waste management and recycling, because drawing and painting competitions, then debate competitions, mini expos. Here in Bhubaneswar, we are going for opening of a small tinkering lab also, where school students can participate, and this kind of awareness programs are created in the minds of children, because kids are the key to change, we say. Similarly, cleanliness drive. Every year we organize cleanliness drive by our students, faculties everywhere, whether it is heritage sites or beaches or railway station or zoos and sanctuaries. We promote go green with recycling. Why we promote go green with recycling? Because many of the items can be amicably recycled. We have recycled many of the multi-layered plastics also today. So there is no problem in recycling it. But we need a systematic arrangement. A plastic technologist, young mass like you people can intervene, can promote these kind of recycling technology. Then apart from that, we organize time to time workshop. You will find some of the workshop, like today we have a FDP. Similarly, in LARPM also we organize time to time. There are manifold workshops, conferences which are being organized. And here we invite all the waste managers, experts, industrialists, policymakers, and many waste management companies also they participate. Buyback centers they participate. Cooperative waste pickers from across the state they participate. So these kind of awareness workshops is being created. Behavioral change in the citizen. This thing needs to be propagated everywhere, because what with the current government's policy drive, Swachhata in Seva or beach cleaning drive or awareness exercise, all these will bring behavioral change among the citizens. Now, this is a model center. I think everybody is aware of. I need not speak much about it, because it's a model center, and similar PWM center is being proposed to be established in other parts, other CIPET centers as well. Now, this is a e-waste recycling facility we have in India, in Bhubaneswar. What is the basic thing about this e-waste facility is that what we do, we extract everything, like whether it is knocked out boards, the metal extraction, or it's a plastic extraction. We have our own patented technology where we generate different kinds of value added products out of this electronic waste materials. So this is a e-waste facility which is being created at Bhubaneswar, and we already have transferred, and many industries are also approaching us in this direction. Then there is a composting facility also which is created. As you can see here, the entire canteen waste, whatever food waste we have, that is being created in the form of a compost. As you can see, this is a vermicompost. Why we are creating the vermicompost? Because it is the healthiest compost. Tomorrow, if we want any kind of compostable polymers to be composted and assimilated, we have the facility site where the studies are already on, and we have a you can say it is a bench scale facility, not exactly an industrial scale facility, but it is a bench scale facility of extracting the compostable polymers and recycling things. So this is the thing which we do it. And then along with that, we are also working with many of the multinationals, like ITC has blocked us for around 3 years for working on different categories of products. Nature Tech, GXT Green, PepsiCo, Nestle India. For all of them, we are working for creation of different categories of alternate products or value addition of the recycled products. These are some of the things which we do it. So what is the environmental aspect of recycling? That means the landfills are reduced, energy consumption is reduced, pollution is reduced. So this is the institutional mechanism which we follow, that is waste is being generated, then subsequently it is segregated at source, collected and transported, then processed, which is being recycled, or it is composted, or biogas or CNG or RDF or recyclables, etc. Hazardous, again it goes to landfill or it is incinerated. Then again, you go for value addition, whether compost is being used in biogas, commercial and kitchen vehicles, or recycled in your cement kilns or waste treatment energy plants for power generation, or any recyclables which is used in the industry. And again, you go for value proposition of different products and supply it to the household. So this is the institutional mechanism which needs to be followed. And end of the day, what is the strategy for disposal of plastics? So instead of telling reduce, reuse and recycle, now we are proposing 6 steps. First, you reduce it, then you go for reusing it, then you go for recycling it, then ultimately recovering it, again you go for redesigning it, remanufacturing it. So that completes the complete loop. That is how you can get a circular economy and a definitive structure around it. So these are some of the assets we have. I mean, we are continuously thriving on many categories of materials. Since I represent from eastern part of the country, and we have many of the things which is directly or indirectly connected to the recycling and waste management, or it is the production of different categories of plastics, new innovation in plastic materials. We do it. And so what is the ways forward for plastic waste management and alternatives? First is innovate the design of plastic products. See, we receive many of the MLPs today. Many MLPs you can amicably recycle it. Some of the MLPs you cannot recycle it. So those MLPs or your multi-layered plastics where you cannot recycle, we suggest the producer or we suggest the manufacturer, please go ahead in changing the design of your product, because you have to now, as per the new rule, as per the government mandate, you need to have single family of plastics. But if it is not possible, because at the end of the day, you need to have your product which can store your packaging. I mean, such a packaging item you need so that you can store your perishable good. So in such a way, you use the product, design your product in such a way that it is amicably recyclable. Marking of single-use plastics. This is again a vital aspect. Some of the single-use plastic products, they are not being marked. So as all of us know that there is a recycle code 1 to 7. So please mark, please see that, ensure that all your recipes are marked properly. Then, as I have already shared, collection and segregation requirements. That means there has to be a door-to-door source collection in case of SUPs, awareness to avoid littering, segregation of waste material needs to be required. And end of the day, you receive many kind of materials, like you have compostable plastic, you have oxo biodegradable plastics. Now there is one more technology coming up, biotransformation technology. So those products needs to be collected separately because we do not know how to recycle them. Then promoting sustainable plastic recycling business models. That means all your entire thing depends upon how you incentivize, how you bring community building is required. Value addition of recycled grades must be created. That means today, any recycled grade of material, if you see, its value proposition is less. Why? Because it is being counted as a low grade material. So you see to it, that is where a plastic technologist, scientific fraternity, they must work together, because this is an interdisciplinary subject. Everybody's brains has to be together so that you can have better recycled materials. Value proposition is there. Now availability of the recycling facilities in the market to be reused and recycled products. Adopting chemical recycling. Yes, so far whatever we have discussed, it is only the mechanical recycling. That means you melt it and then you reprocess it and convert it into usable product. What does chemical recycling indicate? Chemical recycling means what you do, you convert your plastic product to the monomer stage. that you call it as your chemical recycling. That is still absent in the country. So that needs to be promoted. Those kind of promotion needs to be there. Then EPR and circular economy, government has been producing it, that you go for extended producer responsibility. MOEF, Ministry of Environment, has come out with a EPR targets. I think systems are going to change. Rules are also changing, but we as citizens must understand the basic requirements and the basic needs. Industrial composting facilities needs to be given. More financial incentives needs to be promoted. And at the end of the day, funding support needs to be given for the research. That means go for any developmental material, microorganism degrading plastic waste, any oxo based systems, any additive based system. So more and more R&D also needs to be promoted in the country. So this is the recommendations for R&D, like use it, end of life, go for extraction, production, monomer and manufacturing of the resin. So that is all from my side. Thank you. And in case of any questions, I would be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's a complete journey from industry point of view, academic point of view, and the technology point of view. A complete scenario we have seen in these slides. Thank you very much. Now the session is open for all for discussion. Participants who are on online mode, they can text it so that we can read out the question before ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Kasturi Bodwe from CIPET Guwahati. My question is to you is how the new plastic waste management rule 2021 will affect the packaging industry of India?
Yes, very good question. Packaging now rules 2022, I think everybody must, that is 16th February 2022, government has come up with a new regulation. What is that new regulation? Certain items have banned. I have shown in my slides. Some of the items are banned. Thickness of the carry bags is being introduced. I mean, thickness of the carry bags is from 75, 80 microns to now it is increased to 120 microns. So impact is that, yes, you have to amicably recycle without any contamination, easy handling and recycling. Another thing, they have also asked that wherever there has to be innovation in the design of your products, that means wherever there are multiple family of materials, try to see that it is converted to single family of materials and it is amicably recycled without deteriorating the functional properties of the polymer. So this is what the new regulation speaks. And compostable, more prominent thing which has come in the new regulation is two aspects: biodegradable materials and compostable materials. As you all know, compostable materials are already there in the market. That is your PLA, PBAT range of system. Now the new terminology has come, that is your biodegradable materials. So this is how the new regulations have come. And every time now industries are also trying to promote how best they can use it, how best they can convert their materials. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is CSTS-GUWAHATI. I'm from DPMT. So, ma'am, my question is, what is the recycle process of waste cigarette butts?
Waste cigarette butts, I have seen in
Cigarette
few
butts.
cigarette butts. I have seen in many. Now Europe has come up with recycling of these waste cigarette butts. Normally, what they are doing is same mechanical recycling only they are following. In some of the things, I have seen that they are recycling it, mixing it with some polymers, and then going for some of the things. But in India, I think so far the technology for cigarette butts, there is no technology available so far, but in Europe they have come with recycling of the cigarette butts.
Thank
That's
you,
what
ma'am.
yes, mechanical recycling.
Ma'am, my next question is, Through which process of biopolymers we get product?
Which process of biopolymers we get the product? It can.
Yes, ma'am.
Because now PLA based systems, they are going for blow molded articles also, PLA PBAT based blends. We have gone for it. All your Himalaya bottles, Lasuna bottles is being replaced with this thing. So, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, we are getting a lot of questions from online also. Maybe time, I don't know, like whether time will permit or not. Let me take few of them. Dr. Brahma has asking, thank you so much, ma'am, for such a valuable information. My question to you is, how can we adopt 6R policy from the household itself? Because many places do not have any recycling setup or facilities.
Now, yes, the best way is that we need to see from household itself, everything starts from the kitchen itself. So when you are having a source of waste, please segregate your waste. Do not mingle everything, like sanitary waste is also mingled with food waste. Then you have any plastic waste, your wrappers, milk pouches, and other things are also mixed in the same vegetable waste. Take out the plastic items in a separate thing. Okay, vegetable waste can be kept separately, sanitary waste can be taken separately. All your plastic waste, essentially your plastic waste, can be taken separately. So once you segregate at the source and hand over to the Safai Karmachari or your BMC or your municipal corporation staff who is coming, he takes it and he collects it. See, recycling facilities is also available. It is not that recycling facilities is not available in the cities. Government is setting up, all your municipal corporation, they have got the recycled facility. Somebody must be there, Ramki must be there, or any party must be there whom your municipal corporation must have hired to collect the waste or your garbage from household. Then after that, as a responsible citizen, when you go to any public places or something, please look at the bins. There is a wet waste, there is a dry waste, there is a paper waste, there is a plastic waste. Do not misuse that. Always apply your mind where I will dispose of that waste. If the awareness is created in the minds of citizens, 90% of the problems will be solved. Do not litter. Whatever you are eating, you are going to the tourist spot. Today also people have a tendency, if we go to a cinema hall, we will take the popcorn. End of the day, the package, it is being left there itself. Please don't do that. Amicably discard it. Check the bins where you are discarding it. So this is your source segregation. If your source segregation is sorted out, then comes your facilitation of your municipal staffs. They facilitate it, they clean it, they regrind it, and then it goes for pelletization procedure. So it starts, everything starts with us, starting from our kitchen to household, everywhere. I hope I'm clear in this.
Yes, ma'am, you are correct. But that, I think still we need to set up maybe many of the recycling unit or the system, same systems, particularly in some of the interior places. I think it need to be addressed, ma'am.
Yeah, that is there in the new policy itself. They have mentioned that all your urban local bodies and other, they are going to start that. So very soon the government is mandating and incentives will be provided. No doubt about it, because a lot of policy interventions are there. People are working on the policy. Drafts is being revised every day. So I don't think there would be any problem out of it. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. In spite of your busy schedule, you have given a consent and provided a lot of information in terms of like plastic recycling in this field. From the CIPET team, on behalf of CIPET team, we sincerely acknowledge your time, valuable time you have given, ma'am. Now, I'd like to request Dr. Jutika Devi to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for sharing such and valuable information relating to the spectrum of applications of plastic, structure of Indian plastic industry, status of waste management, problems relating to plastic waste in India, then packaging waste, about the recycling process and techniques, current scenario, and treatment options for biomedical waste, single-use plastic products, and the rules which we all should know and most of us were not aware. But today we got the opportunity to know various rules and regulations and about various products and the next generation materials which may be the alternative of the plastic products, and the rules classify for plastics and addressing challenges, then economic aspect of recycling in India, then alternatives, composite biopolymers, and all the research and development activities which are going on in the advanced research laboratory. We are very much thankful to you, ma'am, for spending this valuable time with us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, team CIPET Guwahati. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, everyone, including the students of CIPET Guwahati. Thank you, Dr. Deka. So I think I should leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dear participants, the session is over now for today, and tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. we will meet again. Our tomorrow session will start at 10 a.m. So please be on time. And thank you for your consistent attendance and for actively participating in the workshop. Thank you. So the session is over for today.